Okay, they call it a free agency frenzy, and a frenzy it will be. Welcome to a live What Chaos event, because, folks, we don't know where Jonathan Drouin's going to go. We don't know who's given Nick Perbix that big contract. Who are those guys? You know who both of them are, I hope, but those are two of the best free agents today.
We're guaranteed at least a frenzy, F-R-I-E-N-D.
Yes,
because we're friends.
Matt Friend will join us.
Yeah, that's right.
We should get Matt Friend. I asked if we could play Mario Kart, and that's hard to do on with like a Max stream situation.
Yeah.
So instead, you got this. Sean DePaz is with us. We're just going to be reacting to stuff as it happens. I said before to Sean, what if we get like 2 hours into this, and we don't know how long this is going to go. We're going to play it by ear. But like, what if the NHL gets 2 hours into this, and teams are like, we're not signing these guys. We're not giving these guys big contracts. We're just going to wait till next year and try it again then. And then 3 hours into this, Jack Eichel and Connor McDavid sign. And they're like, all right, fine. Fine Dmitry Orlov. Here's $10 million a year.
Dmitry Orlov is not getting $10 million a year if anybody watched the playoffs.
Dmitry Orlov is, according to Daily Faceoff, the fifth best player available in free agency. And Dmitry Orlov is going the wrong way.
Yes. Let's just be clear. This is probably the worst free agent, July 1 free agent class that we have seen in about 10 years. In 2016, probably the last worst one.
Draisaitl, Rantanen, Marner, Marchand, Tavares, Chychrun, Bennett, Ekblad. Sam Bennett couldn't even be the best free agent. Like, take the postseason out of it and take this career year out of it. Sam Bennett has just always been like a really good third liner who can move into your top six. We can't even fucking get that guy to speculate about. This is crazy. The best free agents are Nikolaj Ehlers and Brock Besser, who are fine top six wings.
Ehlers, I would say, is good, but like if he headlines your free agent class, bad free agent.
He's
class.
not. He doesn't want this. I don't know Nikolaj Ehlers.
I bet he does.
Right.
I mean, if you're a team that's stashed aside some money for Mitch Marner to make a play at Marner, like if you're the Blackhawks, if you're the Kings, if you're like any of these other teams that want to make a splash offensively, the Carolina Hurricanes, Nick Ehlers is probably just like, I wouldn't sign today if I was Nick Ehlers. I'd be like, drive up the price. Just keep it going up.
The Hurricanes already have some Nick Ehlers on their team, but they should definitely sign him. We've both been pretty steadfast in saying that's what the Hurricanes should go after, even before the Marner sweepstakes ended.
The Kings would rock.
Yes, but their money might be spoken for.
Cody Ceci.
Cody Ceci, as we have told you, we've told you every step of the way. It's going to be Cody Ceci to the Kings. We're getting some reporting on that. Nothing has happened there. What has happened is that Victor Arvidsson has waived his no trade to go from the Oilers to the Boston Bruins for a future mid-round draft pick. Tidy bit of work by the Bruins.
Yeah,
I would say. You need to fill out your roster. We said yesterday, right? Did we discuss the Bruins? I thought we did. Maybe it was on the show, off the show, but Bruins need at least one middle six guy, or they need at least two middle six guys. They need at least one top six guy. Victor Arvidsson on this Bruins team is a middle six guy. Oh, Jesus.
Could be a top six guy. But
they need guys who shoot. They need guys who score. And this is a guy that knows Marco Sturm. Marco Sturm knows him. They were in LA together. Good move. Good pickup. It's not expensive. It's $4 million for 1 year against the cap. He's going to play every night for Boston. He's going to be better there than he was last year in Edmonton. Like, this is seriously, like, I like what Don Sweeney's doing.
I like the move. It's not that exciting, but it's better than overpaying a guy in free agency who I'm not excited about. I think this is definitely worth the flyer on like a 5th round pick, I believe it was. That's solid. And he fits the mold of what you need. And on top of that, if you want to flip him at the deadline next year, could get something for him, especially if he's producing for you in the first half of the year.
And that's what the Bruins should be doing. I thought about Jeff for the Bruins yesterday, but I was like, you know what? God doesn't like me that much. That would be too good to be true. If the Bruins got Jeff Skinner, I would absolutely get a white Jeff. And I would, obviously, if you saw the show yesterday, I would customize it to make it so the breakaway crest is on there. But that's neither here nor there. It's a great point you bring up. Like, when I was thinking of Jeff to the Bruins, I was thinking it for that reason. Get someone who's going to play a lot, play in your top 6, juice those numbers, just absolutely pump them, and then trade them at the deadline. Because that's what the Bruins can be entertaining this year. They're not going to be good.
Agreed. Yeah, they're going to they can be average. But like, they just need bodies though. Like I'm excited about Victor Arvidsson because he's an NHL player, and the Bruins needed more NHL players. And the fact that he has, he generates, and I think Connor Ryan had the best read on it, which was like, Victor Arvidsson is like trending the wrong way, but he shoots a ton, and he's good on the rush. And the Bruins just have a bunch of pass first forwards, which is definitely true. So I'm excited about Victor Arvidsson. It depresses me that I'm excited about Victor Arvidsson, though.
No, I like it. We have trade details.
Ooh.
To the NHL Bruins, Victor Arvidsson. To the Edmonton Oilers, a 2027 5th round pick. That is a straight dump. Yeah. That's fine. Bruins famously have an extra 1st round pick in 2027, so they can trade their other 2027 1st round picks.
I don't understand why you're so low on the Bruins, to be honest. I don't. They're not going to suck. And like, there's plenty of reason to believe it's going to look much better than last year. Swayman's going to be better. If McAvoy and Lindholm can stay healthy, they're going to be much better on the back end. But their forward group is still, it sucks. Their first line is very good, and they've got really nothing after that. That's why we're low on the Bruins. They're not going to be worth taking seriously. They might be okay.
Their top 4 is good. Their top 4, I think their top 4 is like, not really good.
It's good.
It's good. They've got. I'm just a Hampus Lindholm guy though, so I always have to kind of put that through the Hampus Lindholm guy filter. Someone asked about, what did I see someone ask about that I wanted to hit? Maybe it was the goaltending market. Maybe it was, I forget what it was. What are you watching? It was the Korpisalo someone asked about. And that is on my list of things I'm watching for today because there's not much interesting that's going to be happening. Korpisalo getting moved, I think, would be very interesting because the Bruins signed Michael DiPietro. Frank Saravalli says that the Sharks might bring in Dan Vladar to split time with Askarov, which would be really, really interesting. But I think that getting a Korpisalo for like any team that is tandem-esque or has a young goalie, I think should be in on a Korpisalo. What about the Ducks?
They get Mrazek, so they have.
They got Mrazek in that deal. Yeah, you're right.
TSN saying Gavrikov could be higher than Provorov, and Provorov got what, 8.5?
7 times 8.5, although the deal is not done. They're still figuring out a bunch of details, but the money is agreed to.
Did not like that deal for the Columbus Blue Jackets.
I think that people are acting like the sky is falling with that deal, and I saw people comparing it to the Nurse contract, and I was like, come on.
Well, it's not that bad, but it's one of the. It's not a good contract, but it's also one of those situations where it's like, what else are you going to do? They're kind of like in a weird spot where they have this momentum. You want to keep it going. You don't want to make yourself a worse team. So I just think that they overcommitted to Provorov.
I think that guys like that don't grow on trees. And I know that his underlying numbers aren't great, but he just plays the entire game. When they get to the playoffs, which is going to be soon, maybe this year, that's a real good get. We haven't really seen Provorov play in the postseason. Has he ever? Did the Flyers make the... No, I don't think that he's ever played in the postseason. But that's going to be one of those guys who's going to be more valuable once you're in the postseason.
Yeah, he's got he played 16 games for the Flyers in 2020. That was the COVID year where they were the fourth place team, and then they won all their bubble games, like their preliminary round games, and got the first seed.
That was the watch out for the Flyers times. Those were good times.
We got another trade.
Yep.
Zach Bolduc from St. Louis, to Montreal for Logan Malo.
Oh, they traded
Mayu?
Mayu, yeah.
Mayu.
Oh.
That's interesting.
Bolduc from Mayu.
Wait, the Blues get Logan Mayu? That makes sense because they were supposedly sniffing around some of these defensemen.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Another one of my things I'm watching for is, do defensemen get traded? Does someone trade for Keandre Miller today? I don't know if it's today, but someone's going to trade for him.
There's just for Boeser and Byram today.
Someone trade for Boeser and Byram today.
Starting to think no, but
is there still time for a Kyrou trade? His no movement clause kicked in as of today, so it seems unlikely, but we'll see. The Bolduc trade is pretty interesting. He had 19 goals last year and is 22, and he would look pretty good for the Blues. So nice ad for the Canadiens, considering they probably didn't have a ton of use for Logan Mailloux at this point, given what their blue line looks like.
Weird draft pick. Not to get into all that. The love of your life is celebrating.
The sexual criminal is out.
It's not that they took someone with really concerning off the ice things. And that's not like off the ice things sounds like they hang with a bad crowd or whatever. Like this is ghastly stuff. It's not that they took that guy.
They reached for him.
It's that they took him where he would have been drafted if there was no sex pest allegations. And it's not even allegations. Like he straight up did that.
Yeah.
Weird pick.
Yeah, it was. They definitely did not need to take him, especially there. Jordy Cunningham said he likes the Demko deal for Vancouver, which is interesting because that is the most perplexing deal so far of free agency, quote unquote free agency, because I just $8.5 million AAV, and I know the term is short, but Demko is coming off a bad year, injured, and maybe he bounces back, but why are you overextending and jumping to make Thatcher Demko, I believe, tied for the 4th highest AAV for goaltenders?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Shesterkin. He's going to be higher than... No, would he be...
Higher than...
not higher than Hellebuck.
Tied with Hellebuck. Hellebuck's 8.5.
Oh, my God.
So it's Shesterkin. Who else is up? Bobrovsky.
No, Bobrovsky's 10, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's higher than 8.5.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Shesterkin, Bobrovsky. Who else? I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Total cap hit?
No, AAV. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Carey Price is still getting paid. Can't forget that.
Legend.
Bob, Vasilevsky, Hellebuck, Sorokin.
What's Sorokin making?
Or what are we looking
Sorokin's
at?
8?
It's 8.5.
Okay, yeah. Sorokin's 8.2, so that's where the cutoff is. So, yeah, Hellebuck, Vasilevsky, and Bobrovsky.
Tied for the 4th highest. Crazy.
We are 14 minutes away from all the stuff going down.
But are we going to be in an NBA situation? Because the NBA yesterday a bunch of people were complaining about how nothing happened right away, and it seemed like everyone kind of had an agreement that we weren't going to announce deals like right away because obviously that means you were tampering.
Oh,
So there was like a little bit of a waiting period. So there was some plausible deniability.
We have a Sabres trade.
Yeah, Sean, I have terrible news for you. Pete, tell him.
Sam Lafferty has been traded from the Blackhawks
It's over.
to the
Bon
Buffalo Sabres.
fucking voyage. Get the fuck off my team.
That's bad news for you because, I mean, okay, fair enough. You're getting a 6th-round pick.
Fine. Love it. Love it. Adios, muchacho.
Why do you hate Sam Lafferty so much?
First tweet I saw is a quote tweet of that announcement from a Sabres fan saying, "We're so back."
Why do you hate Sam Lafferty so much?
It was worthless. It's not important to this team.
Worth a 6th-round pick.
Exactly. It's better than him on the team.
Our guy,
Hit that super chat from Kurt Angle because I want to get back to see if Jordy has anything to say. Kurt Angle says our Marcel Gotch PTO announcement would hit like crack right now.
PTO announcements on July 1 would hit like crack. That'd be so funny if we got Besser contract, Ehlers contract, and then just a string of PTO announcements for everybody else.
Jordy Cunningham, cap going up. That's why I like it. I know it's a bit more money than we expected, but a good goalie duo locked up. The problem is that if Demko doesn't bounce back from injury, you don't have a good goalie duo locked up. You're paying $13 million for Lankinen and a washed Demko. And if I'm giving Demko $8.5 million, I want to be sure that he is healthy and can play a fair share of games.
Are they just going to trade Arturs Shilovs? Or is he not good?
I think that they're disappointed with how that has worked out.
Weird. What's Boston's... Damn. It's a real shame given Boston's roster that they don't have more cap space. Like, how do they only... So after Arvidsson, they're at $8.7 million in cap space. And they don't have much money coming off the books at the end of this year. They stink, baby.
Love
Cam
this.
Robinson still saying the Oilers are in on Brock Besser, LOL. I don't get that, and I think that they need to be careful. Although I was wondering, like, how is Connor McDavid feeling about the last couple of days, where it's basically confirmed that you cannot get a goalie unless you pay out the absolute penis, which they shouldn't do because they don't have a lot of assets and they can't just dump everything into like look at what Thatcher Demko just got. Look what it cost to get John Gibson in Detroit. And now just like, are they not going to be able to add anything?
I mean, that's also part of the reason I would have traded Demko is because the market is so bad for goalies right now that instead of taking a risk on paying him $8.5 million and him not returning to form, capitalize on a seller's market right now for goaltenders and replenish a little bit. And then like maybe you hope that Shilovs bounces back. And they probably didn't want to trade Demko to the Oilers being in Vancouver. But man, just take what you can. Take like a good deal if you can find one. I don't know. That's where I'm. Would Shilovs to the Oilers make any sense? I think right now, looking at what the goalie market looks like, I think the Oilers should just take a chance or two on some underpaid, like AHL fringe guys.
Maybe Michael DiPietro would have been their guy.
Yeah.
Is Carter Hart return to the NHL a realistic possibility? Carter Hart talk is just going to heat up like crazy the next few weeks, isn't it?
Probably.
I feel like it doesn't need to.
It definitely doesn't need to, and I definitely don't want it. I agree with the energy that CJ had yesterday, which is like, this guy could be in jail.
Yeah.
Like, let's not.
I don't like doing that until we have to.
Right.
And also to do like 10 seconds on it without all of that. And by all of that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. The Flyers were ruining Carter Hart. Like, it's like this isn't you're pulling Dominic Hasek out and some team is going to take a really bad PR hit and get a great player. Not worth it. Shilovs is a gamer, says Inside Man. I think that the Canucks should be very careful.
They are doing.
What do you mean?
With which young players they dump on the
Are you talking about
Oilers.
Shelovs?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Shelovs in the playoffs a couple of years ago was a fucking dog.
Yeah,
And I
he's
know,
going
like,
toe to toe with Pickard and Stu. No, I say that.
I
sincerely,
know,
like,
I know, but it's so funny to hear
Yeah.
when we're talking about trading him to the Oilers
Yeah.
because Pickard and Stu aren't good enough. Larkin to Boston for Pasta. I hope you are a Red Wings fan. I can see it in the profile picture.
Yeah,
I was gonna
that would be
I
horrible.
hope you are a Red Wings fan.
We are not discussing, by the way. Montreal keeps getting better.
Yes.
Like, that's a really good move, getting Bolduc.
Yeah, agreed. Fuck, I hate so much how much they're cooking right now. Love this behavior from Empty Netters on Twitter. 35 minutes ago, they quote tweeted David Pagnotta's Victor Arvidsson trade and says, "Woof, Boston." And then 17 minutes later said, "Second glance, good stuff for both teams." I love that.
Empty Netters is the most, and those
Playing
are our
both sides,
boys.
so I always win.
No. Well,
Yes.
maybe that, but I was going to say they're high event.
Yes. They're also very big on playing both sides, so they always come out on top.
Yes. High event, though.
Like if Arvidsson sucks for the Bruins, at some point the Empty Netters boys will go back and reply to that Woof Boston tweet and say, "We were telling you this way back in July 1st."
Discman asks, what about the Stankoven extension? We love Logan Stankoven.
2 thumbs up.
Buddy,
Carolina Hurricanes.
like, you must love Carolina. Not to stay there for 8 years, but you gave them a good deal, man. Like, you're helping them build something really good. Logan Stankoven, MVP of the offseason so far. And that's, like, I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. I'm saying, like, you are worth more than that. That's a really, really good deal that you gave them.
For sure. Something about my hat. This is a
101.
this is a trial
Custom.
hat.
Yeah, it's a trial.
We're testing this thing out. I just kind of wanted one of these hats, so I made it, and I gotta say I kind of fucking love it. So maybe it'll be up for sale at some point. Shelovs was a beast in the AHL playoffs. That's right, Sean. You were big on watching the Abbies.
Following, I'll say.
Yeah.
Watching might be in it. But that's what I was going to say is I feel like the Canucks are in a very similar situation to the Sabres with their backup goalie. They had a guy who, in his first stint in the NHL, looked like the future of the position and then proceeded to not really be that great of an NHL goalie and then proceeded to be like maybe the best AHL goalie of all time. And then, I don't know what to do with that because he's way too good in the AHL to not have on your team, but not good enough in the NHL to pay NHL money. So we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen with Devin Levi. He got RFA'd, or he got qualified. Got a qualifying offer, but they also are signing. I'm assuming, presumably in 6 minutes, signing Alex Lyon.
What was
I'm going to say that so much, by the way. I'm going to abuse the fuck out of the DJ Khaled Lyon sound.
Nice.
What was Tavares' AAV again? Was it like 4 something?
Yeah, it was like 4.7 or something like that.
Pretty good deal.
I would have loved to.
Somebody asked if that was the MVP or like the most valuable deal so far.
Like richest?
No. Like most value on the AAV.
Levi was quite bad against Laval Rocket, even though that series went 5. But
Speaking of merch, can we do some non-oversized shirts? I'm not huge like Pete. We've got some irons in the fire in terms of collabs for the start of next season. I'm not getting married in Portland. I'm getting married in Providence, Rhode Island.
Ryan Rashog says Adam Henrique could be on the trade market. I don't know if just getting rid of everybody and then adding one guy is the move for this team, but we'll see.
Got a super chat from Austin who says, I was thinking Stank would get 5x5, 8x8, He's mentioned loving Raleigh quite a bit, but that's going to be one of the best deals in a few years. Love it. You should love it.
Yeah. Calling it Mangiapane to the Oilers. Henrique didn't do shit in the playoffs. I disagree with Henrique not doing shit in the playoffs, but is it noon yet? 4 more minutes, folks. 4 more minutes.
You got it, Mike. Mike T.
The Sabres have to do something, dude.
Average Sports Fan says, so basically running it back for another 4 years in Florida. In case you didn't see the video that we put out, essentially the Florida Panthers are doing what ultimately I thought was their best option, which is just sign everybody knowing that you can't trade for anyone anyway. You don't have draft picks. You don't have prospects. So go for a mini dynasty, a half dynasty, whatever. See if you can just own like a 5-year chunk of the NHL. And after that, yeah, you're going to be paying a retired Brad Marchand. That's okay. If you win another cup, if all of this gets you one more cup, unbelievably worth it. I think that a lot of teams would take a decade of purgatory to have one Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Bruins have won one in 50 years now, something like that.
Did you say people would take a decade of purgatory for one Stanley Cup?
Yes.
Yeah.
You should.
You would take a century of purgatory.
I would take 14 years of purgatory.
You're not in purgatory.
That's not even
unfortunately.
purgatory.
Yeah.
The Sabres are, I would say, definitionally in purgatory.
Oh, thank you, Jordy. You given us 2 minutes to do this before free agency starts. Quick thoughts on season 4 of The Bear.
I've only watched like 3 episodes.
Okay,
So.
I enjoy it. It's not the best, not the worst. I'm way more comfortable in sharing my anti-fax sentiment. I have always hated the fax characters. It's so...
Hated is crazy.
Hate. Crazy. My God. And I want all of those actors to remain on the show. I want them to be recast as new characters.
The only real chef on the show.
I know, true. The relationship between Sugar and the Maddie Matheson character is so brutal.
I love the fax characters.
Hate it. They're such cartoons.
I loved the second episode of Sid babysitting that girl.
Yes.
Love that episode.
That was so you know what that was though? I've been meaning to bring this up with Pete. That was an episode of Master of None. Like The Bear has a lot more Master of None to it as it gets older. But I do think But I do think what you predicted, Sean, for this season and series is I think that's happening.
Yeah. I understand.
I'll tell you.
I understand after watching the second episode why Pete felt the way he felt, though.
Oh, for my theory on where this is going.
I understand why after the second episode you felt that way.
Oh, wait, which one of you? Who am I agreeing with?
You might be agreeing with him. I think it's going to end poorly. I think he thinks
a transition of power.
Yeah,
transition. Of
Okay. Yeah. Sorry,
but to a certain extent, I think it's too obvious after the second episode.
Yes,
we have hit noon, so free agency is officially open. But before we get into that, Sean, I would like to share with you a bit of an update about the Buffalo Sabres. I don't know if you've seen this.
I saw something. I don't know if it's what
the Buffalo Sabres are making a key television lineup change next season. Joe Pinter, who has been producing Sabres games since 2002 and has been working for the team 37 years. He had declined to comment about being let go. His replacement hasn't been named, but the job has been posted. According to sources, some members of the Sabres management believe the television coverage has been too critical. Has been too critical.
Bunch of losers.
I don't watch.
It's not even.
I don't watch.
Couldn't even.
What is it? MSG.
MSG. Yeah.
I don't watch MSG religiously. I do watch the Sabres coverage quite a bit. I will say, there is no such thing as being too critical of the Buffalo Sabres.
And even if there was, they don't come anywhere close to it.
Yeah, it seems like they kind of have a good time over there.
They do, and that was one of the things that I was reading the Buffalo News article about it. Shout out Alan Purgement. He's like the media watcher of the Buffalo News, so all he does is write about other media. It kind of rocks. He's like, they, if anything, are way too easy on the Buffalo Sabres. The team hasn't made the playoffs in 14 fucking years. What are we talking about?
And honestly, as a fan, there's nothing worse than having your team constantly and consistently suck or be depressing, and
People
have to watch the programming convince you and spin it into it not being shit.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
It's the worst. So if that's the case, if this guy got fired after like 37 years of service,
embarrassing,
because he was too critical for one of the most poverty franchises in the NHL, that's tough.
Yeah, unacceptable. Granted, like, if you want to tell me that you want someone new because you've been doing it for 26 years, like, that's
fine. But if he was fired for being too critical, that's outrageous.
And also, he's not the one behind the fucking microphone. He can't control what they actually say during the broadcast. I don't know, man. Rob Ray's taking fucking pucks to the head for this team.
I was going to say, like, your issue is that you got a guy swearing the whole time.
Yeah. This is too critical when you have your rinkside reporter sitting in the bare ass empty 300s for the bit. God damn it. Oh man. I'm gonna be so upset after today. I can feel it in my bones. I wore this stupid fucking Sabres jersey because I had some hope.
We have breaking news. The All-Star voting for the WNBA is out.
Oh, it's been out. Yeah, it's been quite the thing. RG3 had a whole essay about it.
I'm sure he did.
Why don't WNBA players respect Caitlin Clark? He said.
All right, so Caitlin Clark was voted first by fans, third by the media, and ninth by players.
They hate her.
Anyone want to guess what happened to Angel Reese? 5th in fan voting, 16th by players and media.
That's very high for Angel Reese, though.
My point is that maybe they just don't really respect the rookies. I don't think it's got to be deeper than that.
No, but I'm saying that's high for Angel Reese.
16th?
Yeah.
I mean, she's like one of the best rebounders in the league. Like, she is good at a part of the sport. Yeah, in part.
She's one of the best
even
rebounders.
if you remove her own rebounds on her own shot, she still has one of the highest rebound percentages in the league.
4 minutes into July 1st free agency, and we're talking about the WNBA.
I told you this is the
20. In fairness, I started that 2 minutes into it.
This is the 30 minute. We didn't pander, so of course there's no deals yet.
It is insane, though, that like the WNBA spent so long fighting for relevancy and fighting to be taken seriously, and as soon as they get a wave of players that kind of put them on the map, they immediately start eating away at each other. And I don't
think that the WNBA players have any reason to respect those women, like the rookies, more than they should. Like, that's why you have she deserves to be the first in fan voting. She's the most important player in the league, but doesn't mean she's the best. The players also rated Kelsey Plum very low, and she's like one of the best in the league. I don't know.
Somebody said on Twitter, the Stankoven deal is fire your agent territory, which honestly I might agree with. It's crazy that he was allowed to sign that deal. You got to remember that, like, it's not like he was having like the best season ever before the playoffs. Stankoven? Right? Yeah. I mean, he was really good when he got to Carolina. I guess. And like you're projecting the next 8 years. Yeah. And the cap's going up. What's the tax situation? John Gillis, listen, real talk. How can we stop praising the scumbag Panthers? How is Marchand contract approved? He's gonna play 3 years and then retire, still get paid, and not affect the cap. mechanism to lower cap number. John Gillis, respectfully, you do not understand how the salary cap works. If he retires, they are still paying for the cap. A 35 plus contract, that cap is still going to hit if he retires during the course of the deal. The only way they can get out of it is if there is some sort of injury or fake injury that then they can stash him on LTIR. That is the only way that they're getting out from that deal. Can't buy it out, can't just retire and make it disappear.
Well put. I mean, he's obviously going to end up with a fake injury in a few years.
It's very, very possible that there becomes an injury that prevents him from...
I will say this.
Real or not.
I don't think, I wanted to walk the back. I don't think it's going to be a fake injury. I think it would be an injury that 33-year-old Brad Marchand probably plays through, but 40-year-old Brad Marchand doesn't think it's worth playing through. Like, I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to play, or he's going to stop playing if he's still able to play. I mean,
fake injury, sure, it can happen, and if so, then that's like best case scenario for the Panthers. But you can't just say that like he's going to retire or be bought out after 3 years, and then the Panthers will be fine.
I think a fake
he's going to retire, and they just have that cap hit.
That's what I'm saying. There was a chat that said like he's going to retire, and they're going to lose the cap hit. I was like, you don't know how that works.
Oh no! Any guesses on what the Avalanche will do today?
Alex Russo says you can't. Why can't they buy it out? Because they can buy it out, but it's a 35 plus contract, which means if you buy it out, the cap hit remains.
Oh, according to TSN's Bob McKenzie, Nick Ehlers will not make a decision on a new contract today.
I told you.
Oh my God!
I had to translate that from Czech because Victor Motter, the Sabres 2024-25 fan of the year, and the guy that introduced us to the Mr. Cum nickname, tweeted it out in Czech. So I had to translate it.
If I'm Nick Ehlers, I'm absolutely not making a decision today.
And if I'm Kevin Adams, I call him up right now and say, I'll give you $14 million. Sign now. We'll hate that deal in 3 years, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, that's he's not making a decision unless Colin Blackwell stays with Dallas, the top free agent, signing. I'm just going to say it's about every contract that we see for under $1 million because it's not really that big of a lie. 2 times $775K.
I was going to ask this: does offer sheet compensation become like official today? Like, because I saw a bunch of reporters post the compensation.
What's that?
I saw a bunch of reporters post like the list of offer sheet compensation.
Yeah.
Does it become like official today or something?
No.
Okay. Or it was just a reminder? Because to me, it kind of struck me as they might have heard something like an offer sheet.
No, I think it's just saying that like if somebody gets offer sheeted,
that's just a reminder. Gotcha. Yeah. Friedman said, I don't think we're going to hear anything about Ehlers today. This one is going to play out a bit.
Oh. See, Eileen, you got Colin Blackwell. You're good.
Haven't yet talked about Mitch Marner wearing number 93, and I fucking love it. Great behavior.
Any number in the 90s after 90 rocks.
93. He wore it in juniors
with the Knights.
Yeah, with the Knights. Pretty good. And I also think that like Mitch Marner changing anything to not look like Mitch Marner in Toronto is probably a good decision.
He probably shouldn't have even started with a 9.
What?
Actually, he probably shouldn't even started the number with a 9.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, Vegas Golden Knights need black jerseys again. When they had their reverse retro one, like I want them to have a black alternate. Yeah, Christian Dvorak 1 times 4.5 to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that means nothing to me.
How do we feel about Jonathan Drouin? It's just like
I'm letting somebody else do it.
But like, do we still think that he's a good player? He's noticeable sometimes, but I feel like a lot of the times I watch Drouin games, I just don't notice anything special.
And what's he getting?
Yeah.
His AFP projection is 4 times 5.9 mil. What is Corey Perry
DJ,
gonna-
Oil
what's
getting
Corey Perry
Brock Besser. Like I said, I'd like this team to have more of a roster. I don't want them to be a 5-player team, but we'll see.
I also think that like if you're going to be a 5-player team, I don't know if you want Brock Besser to be one of the 5 players.
Dvorak is actually 1
Yeah.
times 5.4.
Okay.
Friedman accidentally tweeted 4.5 originally.
Elliott suffering from what's the thing where you reverse the letters?
Dyslexia?
Dyslexia. There we go.
Yes.
This is a sad free agent class.
It
Not
is.
once these bad free agents get overpaid. That's a happy one. Shout out Cap and Cook. Fuck you. Stop photoshopping Sports Center reports.
Wait,
about-
what? Who?
Bob McKenzie tweeted, Nick Ehlers' Swiss-based agent Andre Rufner is obviously fielding a lot of calls, but says there's no guarantees his client will make a decision today, and it's quite likely to carry over to tomorrow, subject to change perhaps, but that's where things are right now.
Who on your board is under the most pressure to do something?
Oh,
Where are the
team-wise?
do something rankings?
Like which team?
Yeah.
Good.
I mean,
question.
it's hard for me not to say the Buffalo Sabres. Like, I don't know, is there a team who is more clear that if they don't make the playoffs, everyone loses their job?
But here's the thing. I don't know how much the Sabres could do
The problem is
today or in the next couple of days that would make me think that their outlook has changed.
I mean, I think it's obvious what they can do. I think it's unlikely that they do it. Like
Right.
they can sign Besser or Ehlers, and I think that puts them in a clear, like, this team should make the playoffs territory. I think it's unlikely that they do either of those things.
I'm putting the Blackhawks very high
Oh, yeah.
on my list.
I was gonna say Kings or Red Wings.
What are they supposed to do? Like, that's, I think.
But if the Blackhawks are not going to do anything that like fully tilts their axis, but if they can get an Ehlers or a Besser, like
Besser
it's
makes a lot of
big
sense for them.
piece, and like it's not going to change a lot for them next year in terms of like a ton of results. But you're going to have an extra like key piece, and they need to start getting those key pieces in place, and you got to start providing a little bit more optimism for what you're building there.
Yeah, they should sign Besser. They have so much money.
Apparently, the Hawks are already done today. I mean, who reported that? Because
I did see someone say that earlier.
No,
Also in chat.
my answer is the Red Wings. You need to. I don't even know. Like, spark a little something. They are just so destined for no man's land. They got to water the plant.
I mean, if they get good goaltending, like they got some guys coming up.
It is nice. So it is not. Sorry to interrupt. Someone said, anyone else happy that Bob Father is tweeting for free agency? It is nice to see him. His
Bob
tweets
Father?
pop up on the TL today.
It's really impressive that he can spend so much time away from everything, and I do think that he's like he unplugs. And then he just plugs back in, and he's still the best.
He's like
it's incredible.
like a police chief, where it's just like, even if you retire, people are still going to respect the badge. You show up, ask a question, they're going to answer it.
It's not just respecting the badge; it's like enforcing the law. He's still good at enforcing the law.
Yeah.
Stars have
He's still
announced
making arrests.
the Glenn Gulletson hire.
Very cool.
They are winning free agency. Ooh, we have a change atop the PHWA.
Yep. Steven Wino.
Steve Wino, interesting choice. Steve Wino will lead the group. Congratulations, buddy.
I'm excited about how excited he probably is.
Yeah.
Guy loves being a writer. Also, R.I.P. Frank Saravalli. You're out.
Besser or Ehlers. Ehlers would be good for the Blue Jackets.
God, I just really I wish I wasn't a Sabres fan. I wish I had been adopted into a different life. It just is very depressing knowing that, like, I've said it already, but like, clear what the Sabres could do to make themselves good, and it's the same thing that like 10 other teams that are more desirable destinations could do. So I have no reason to believe that the Sabres are going to do anything. And
Chris B. Haynes just tweeted, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo is not pleased with the team's decision to waive Dame Lillard.
that is going to be the NBA rocks. Dude.
Did he already request a trade?
No,
Giannis?
he's been very.
I thought he did.
I don't think he officially ever did. I think he's been very, very loyal. There's been like grumblings over the last few years that he is. God, I'd be so upset. There's been grumblings over the last few years that he's been a little annoyed, but I mean, they made his brother an NBA player just to keep him happy for a while. So I think he's been very loyal to them.
That was an incredible move by Bob McKenzie yesterday to say that the Marner for Nick Waugh trade was 1-for-1.
Yeah.
So good.
Someone just DM'd me asking, Sean, I need to know what Pete wants from Tulski so I can bring Lindholm home. And then I'd love the show, my guy.
Which Lindholm? Because that'll change my answer.
Do one of them have a connection to the Carolina Hurricanes?
Does anybody like Frank Saravalli, says Mike Noyes? Yes, I do.
I do. I like Frank Saravalli a lot. I think that we need many more Frank Saravallis. Although it would be pointless to have more Frank Saravallis because the original Frank Saravalli would kill them all.
Mike from Woburn with an incredible read on the Nick Ehlers situation. He is the prettiest girl at school, and now everyone's asking him to the prom.
Stan S. says, Shams has been printing money saying Giannis wants out for the last 5 years. Shams stinks.
Shams is my guy. I love Shams.
Good. You know who loves Shams? Shams.
Elias Lindholm is the former Carolina Hurricane, by the way.
Have at it.
It's just for free?
No, not for free. It's not going to be a lot that I want in return.
Vezanilevsky says, I fuck with some Frank on occasion. Frank is good, but Frank is the GOAT. Frank is the best of the fake accounts.
Cam Robinson says, excuse me if I pronounce this incorrectly, but Mate Blumel to Boston.
What are the Boston Bruins?
Dallas Stars guy. He's like a quadruple A player.
25-year-old right wing for the Texas Stars who has 13 career games played and 2 goals. Eileen, what you know about Mate Blumel?
I believe, like I said, quadruple A. Yeah, scored 39 goals last year in the AHL.
Yeah, 70 goals in his last 2 AHL seasons.
Fun fact, this is the 3rd time that Kyle Davidson has traded for Sam Lafferty. I think he's probably loves Sam Lafferty more than anybody on the planet. Respectfully.
I'm going to ask Thomas Drance if he wants to come on here and tell me about this person.
Parker Kelly extended 4 times, 1.7 for the Colorado Avalanche.
Bless you.
Buster Only had Bobby Bonilla on his podcast, and asked him what like July 1st is like for him because Happy Bobby Vanilla Day, and he said it's bigger than my birthday.
Somebody asked us if we regret going live already. we had this discussion.
He wants to go at 11.
I just
there was no hockey. There was no hockey reason to go live. If we're being honest, nothing's gonna happen. It's fun.
But I mean, we
should have honestly just done a normal show at noon and like had a plan.
But I mean, this is not unexpected. That's why I'm not like, oh, I regret this. And we knew exactly what we were walking into, and it's just we're here for the vibes and here for the fun. Shout out to everybody for being here, even though this is going to be one of the worst July 1st in quite some time.
The Carolina Hurricanes have signed Amir Miftakov from the KHL, says Dan Milstein guy. I don't know anything about him.
Ehlers waiting for the Henrique trade to sign with the Oilers is so cute.
This is going to make me get a Switch 2 right now, though, if I can.
If you can find one. Just Uber Eats a Switch 2.
I was heavily on the prowl for a Switch 2 for like a week and a half and was like running around from Target to Target, and
that's how I was with the PS5.
I'm off that life now.
That's how I was with the PS5. There was like a week stretch where if I had been able to get the PS5, I would have, and then I never really tried again. I just got an Xbox.
It's the Michael Scott. I don't know if I'm going to want a baby in 8 months or whatever.
You know what I did to get my PS5? I paid a broker to hunt one down. And it was worth it.
I'm using a car broker right now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, you looking to upgrade?
My lease is up.
Oh, you're on a lease. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm permanently a car broker guy.
Yeah,
now.
okay. I forgot to tell you, you remember where you parked and got backed into at my house? Remember when we did the podcast for brunch and somebody just backed right into you?
Yeah.
Exact same thing happened to Ellen's mom like a week ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I got the guy's number.
Unacceptable to back into cars in 2025.
It's
car's got a camera.
Depends on what kind of car you're driving.
Yeah, generally speaking.
I lived on a street where there was a guy, we called him Smokey Joe. He just stood there on the street, barely spoke English, barely spoke at all. Just an old guy smoking a cigarette, would just look at shit.
Oh, yeah?
Smokey Joe. And every now and then, like, I would walk by him and he would just be looking at me, and I'd say to him, hi. And he would almost like wake up. He'd be like, oh, how are you? He was just always looking
very
at shit.
NPC-like.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And an old woman backed into my car one day, and she was so apologetic, and she was like, oh my God, like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, hey, no big deal. I got to go to work. Like, we'll figure this out. I go back the next day to talk to the woman. Her husband answers the door, and he's like, I understand my wife said that she was responsible for what happened, but we have new information, and we're not giving you a dime. We're not doing whatever. Like, you're responsible for this. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, someone said they saw it and that it was you who did it. I was like, you talking about that fucking guy? And it was Smokey Joe. Smokey Joe just fucking like made up
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, fucking Smokey Joe.
Yeah,
just tearing
that's
shit.
incredible.
Just ruining people's lives for fun.
So we just both forgot about it, which is what I was going to do anyway. You can hit my car and I'm not going to fucking care.
As long as it's not significant damage. My car's already kind of fucked up.
Henrique, probably the hottest Oiler. No.
Evander Kane's not on the team anymore.
Henrique is hot, but
Leon.
Yeah. I mean, Leon's the hottest guy in the league, possibly.
Well, Rico's hot. Let's be honest. He's hot. He's not the hottest guy in the Oilers.
Ever since that story that Celeste posted from the welcome party of McDavid's wedding, where she just like zoomed in on him,
and he was
just
like
like
on that
stand there
on the
like
stairs.
vibing,
Yeah,
like
so good.
hottest a person
He rocks.
man, woman, whatever has
Stu also
ever
very
been.
hot. Yes.
Stu very hot.
Evander Kane was the hottest Oiler prior to
I would
his
agree with
being
that.
traded off the Oilers. I would
think
argue that he might be the hottest man in the NHL.
He's definitely up there.
He's got the nicest smile in the NHL, unfortunately. which
Here's
is
the
probably
thing
how
with
he's gotten
Henrique,
himself
though.
into such
There,
shit.
what's that?
I said he's got the nicest smile in the NHL, which is probably how he's gotten himself into so much
how he
trouble.
gets you.
Yeah.
But I also think that there's Kane loses some points because like he knows that he's
Yeah,
hot
that's
and
fair.
like and
I'm
tries
talking,
really
I'm talking
hard.
on the surface. I think when you consume the entire Evander Kane experience, it becomes much less attractive.
I walked past Henrique in Edmonton last year, and I was like, very much damn, and more damn than I would have thought.
We had a super chat. Let me just pull that up. From Xenoc. I'm having an awful week at work, so I'm personally really thankful for y'all going live way too early and appreciate the hangout vibes. Very, very sorry that you are having a awful week at work. Happy to be here for you. We appreciate you. We love you. And hopefully, even though July 1st is going to suck for free agency, hopefully it doesn't suck for you.
Yes.
Love you.
And when I have a lead on a switch, too, I'm so fucking bored.
Dan Murphy of Sportsnet says, I'm not saying it's a good chance the Canucks sign Besser, but it's not no chance, which is where I thought things were earlier this morning. I swear to fucking God, if Brock Besser and Nick Ehlers both go back to their respective teams, I'll be very upset.
That's, maybe Besser just really liked Demko and Connor Garland. How old is Connor Garland? Him getting 6x6.
28, I believe.
He's 28?
29, maybe. He was younger than I thought he was.
Yeah, I would have guessed at least 30.
Yeah, I saw that. He's 29.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And he
I
turned,
like
20
that
he
deal
turned
then.
29 in March, so he is 29 all this upcoming season.
I want to go back to all chats, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Time to talk about the real heavy hitter, Craig Smith.
Ooh,
Bring
Rick-
back tampering. This is boring.
Rick how do you say his name? The Canucks guy. Hearing Besser in Vancouver will get done.
To who?
Besser and Vancouver will get done. Rick DeWally.
Oh,
What?
wow.
I forget how to pronounce his name.
That's extremely surprising considering like
Dolly.
the market only got hotter for Brock Besser. You would
Right.
think. You would think.
The San Jose Sharks signed William Eklund to a 3-year, $5.6 million AAV contract extension. Deal begins in 26-27.
Okay. Damn. I'm surprised that Besser is apparently staying. Besser is longer term in Vancouver. Wow. Yep. Elliot just tweeted it as
Yep.
well. Man. That's like it's way more boring than we even thought that today was going to be.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
that is the most boring outcome.
Because now the two biggest names, one is not signing today, and other is just going home. Boo.
That is crazy.
So they traded for Kane as a Besser replacement and then signed Besser.
Yep.
Tidy bit of work.
I mean, honestly, not a bad day if you are in the do everything you can to keep Quinn Hughes camp.
I was wondering, is somebody going to offer sheet Luke I was kind of thinking the Buffalo Sabres should just offer sheet Luke Hughes and be like, you never know.
Have they considered offer sheeting a better player?
It's not. You're not offer sheeting Luke Hughes if you offer sheet Luke Hughes. You're signing Thanasis Antetokounmpo.
Hoping
that.
I see what you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Shout out to Nick Ehlers, the King of Kings, God of Gods, right now. Whew. Super chat from Kyle. Since it's slow, thoughts on a name for the inevitable ATL expansion team? As a lifelong Thrashers fan, hoping it's something new. Great season, guys. I want the Thrashers.
I was gonna say I feel like there's too much of
2.0.
They haven't been gone long enough where there's still an emotional attachment to the Thrashers name.
I think I would consider it unlikely to distance yourself from like a pretty historic failure.
Jets did it though.
But the Jets weren't really a failure.
Yeah, yeah, fair.
I just think that like the Thrashers deserved better. So giving them another chance, and like the branding was kind of cool.
Gotta take Evander Kane in the expansion draft. Is he the only active former Thrasher?
Zach Bogosian, right?
He active still?
Here's a name we have not thrown out there. Where do we think Corey Perry goes?
I was gonna ask that earlier.
He should definitely go to the Stars.
Yeah.
Stars and Kings, I think, were the two that I saw yesterday.
Blackhawks.
I mean, you can't go to the Kings.
Who says you can't go home?
If he went to the Kings, they would almost certainly beat the Oilers and then lose in the Cup final.
It's progress.
Zach Bogosian, Atlanta Thrashers, first 2 years.
But is he still on an NHL roster?
He was. He was on the Wild this year.
Right.
Incarcerated Bob. Do we know that you know Incarcerated Bob?
No.
It's a sports betting account that oddly gets a lot of leads and says Connor Brown is closing in, or NJ Devils closing in on Connor Brown.
All right. I don't hate that. What's the price? That's the question.
Hurts. Keep Connor Brown.
Oh, Corey Perry going to Florida would rule.
I did think about that.
That would
yesterday.
rule.
I was like,
Another super chat.
7 years times $1 million.
There's a combined $370 million plus in cap space right now, with one top six forward is left to spend it on. If the NHL expands to 34 teams, there will be an even bigger watering down of the product. I do not want to see further expansion.
I don't care about expansion. I don't think this free agency is a product of there not being enough good players in the league. It's just a bad free agency year.
Can we remember a player who was so as good as gone that immediately returned to their team, like Brock Besser? Like Besser said goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he left the arena with
the
signed jersey from all his teammates. That's fucking awkward. He got 7 years, $7.25 million. Does he? You wonder if you think he feels like a bozo because he could have got that 8th year, perhaps?
Oh, that's true too.
Yeah, he may have cost himself a year.
But like, do you think that there was just not a market for him? Like, why would he end up? Like, you'd have to assume somebody was going to be willing to pay him.
I mean, it could have just been a miscalculation. I would be surprised if there was just not a market for him, especially with what it looks like right now and how much cap space so many teams have. That's like a surprisingly fair deal.
Updated big board with Besser presumably off the table. Nate Schmidt moves into the top 10.
Oh, are you updating those?
Yeah.
Amazing. Nate Schmidt Welcome to the top 10.
It sounds like the LA Kings are finalizing a deal for Corey Perry.
Oh, gotta take Corey Perry off.
Perry to the LA Kings.
Hell yeah, brother.
After he lost his fucking mind. Was that Perry who lost his fucking mind against the Kings, being like,
Yeah.
they're out here trying to hurt us? Or was that the Kings?
No, the Kings said that they were playing their B squad, and Corey Perry went like,
Yeah. That's awesome. The Kings are obsessed with former Oilers. The Kings are obsessed with former Oilers.
Oh, Jake Allen also signed, didn't he?
Corey Perry to the Kings is good for fucking nobody. That sucks. It's going to be gross. Gross. I mean, Ceci is a lock now. Unless, what if the Oilers just signed Ceci?
I mean, good news for the Kings is that they're going to lose the Stanley Cup final. Yep, there you go. Easy joke.
How do Kings fans feel about getting Corey Perry?
I mean, how many Oilers do you have former Oilers can you add before you become the Oilers?
I mean,
they're
you're
getting
still
like
missing the big one or two.
Yeah.
Give it 2 years.
Yeah.
And they're like kind of getting the Oilers that the Oilers don't want anymore.
Yeah.
That's what's funny. Like, we're talking about Connor McDavid potentially leaving the Oilers because he doesn't like it enough. And a team that doesn't have Connor McDavid is like, hell yeah, give us all those guys.
Oh, I mean, Coach says Besser is a good player, but I think teams were hesitant at giving him 7 years at $8+ million a year. They should be. I don't think I would be hesitant to give Besser that much money, and that's why I did not include him on like the list of players, which was a list of one. Like Nick Ehlers is the only player that I would get in an arms race for. Besser is a nice complementary piece. He is not. He's not a guy that's gonna like be a game breaker for you. Like I would have loved him in LA. But like he's to me kind of like a Jake DeBrusk. Like a Jake DeBrusk plus, where it's like he's streaky, he'll score a bunch for you, but he's really not gonna like break anything open.
Coolest thing about this is the Oilers are going to have to re-sign Jeff Skinner.
And actually be forced to play him.
Yeah.
I did forget that like Kings fans, so far removed from Ducks Corey Perry, that I forget that Kings fans probably fucking can't stand him from his Ducks days. Bless you.
Bless you, bless you, bless you.
Alex in the chat said that the Sabres should offer Jeff Skinner $10 million. It would be very funny if they offered him $8 million and said, "I'm sorry, we just needed that $8 million that year for the jumbotron." But now you're back.
Thoughts on Granlund to the Bruins? A fit too old?
Too old.
Too old, and also probably too expensive.
That's going to be
Yeah.
what the Sabres end up doing. They're going to end up paying him Mitch Marner money.
Yoel Armia to the Kings now, too? Corey Perry fulfilling the prophecy, and it's a photo of Wayne Gretzky in Oilers and Kings jersey.
Yeah, true.
I like the Yoel Armia ad. Armia's a good player.
Do we know what Perry got?
Do not know. Gary Bettman is currently on the Pat McAfee show.
Updated big board with
Welcome, Nick
and
Perbix.
Alex.
That's my guy.
Oh, look at this big board.
That's my. That's my.
This is so
Brandon
bad.
Tanev. Oh my god.
I know I keep saying this. Kevin Adams, knowing that his job is on the line, has to be quite upset. Like, not even really having an opportunity to do anything. Although, knowing the Buffalo Sabres will use this as an excuse to keep him.
Hearing Granlund to the Sharks won by 20 and they reached the cap floor.
Truly the worst possible blunt rotation. A blunt rotation with Nate Schmidt, Brandon Tanev, and Nick Perbix.
The Bruins are going to sign Brandon Tanev, aren't they?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Someone asked where's
I do have a blank LA Kings jersey. Corey Perry Kings jersey.
Yeah,
It would be a jersey foul
Yeah, it'd be
unless they bring that back.
Yeah, no, but it's still Adidas.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm going to get an Adrian Kempe jersey.
Yeah, you can Kempe that one. I'll sew that one for you. We'll be telling our kids about how much of a dud this free agency was.
Dan Vladar to the Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh!
2 years, 3.35 AAV.
Love the Flyers stockpiling big goalies. Now we have action.
I mean, Flyers goaltending was ass. So,
Capitals.
I'm not willing to say this is a bad deal.
Yeah.
Capitals
Probably a
announced
bad deal, but
7-year, $42 million extension for defenseman Martin Favre.
Ferravari, yeah.
Ferravari.
Ferravari was really good for Washington. So many guys. Why are so many guys getting long deals when the cap's going up? I'd be signing like
Because I think, like, I've seen people say that. Like, I think they are rich. And so ultimately, like, I think the GMs are being like, the cap's going up. We can sign these guys to 7-year contracts. And they're like, I have a 7-year contract now, which I otherwise would not have had. And I think, I don't know. I get it's easy for me to say as a poor person, but like I feel like there'd be a certain point where I would take the security over the money. And you're kind of in a position where you're getting security that you would not have gotten in other years.
Someone tweeted at me, Perry was great for us for 2 years, but at some point the well will have to run dry. Do you really want to triple down on a 40-year-old with a lot of miles? Abso-fucking-lutely, I do. You bet your ass I do. Vladar was not a top 10 free agent. That kind of surprises me that like a backup plus couldn't crack the top 10 here.
Have you been keeping up with your double upper decky and zero sugar monster morning routine?
Oh yeah, have you?
I have not, no.
Vladar was the 30th free agent on
Disrespectful.
Daily Face-Off's list.
I still remember one of our like early show days we had the discussion like Dan Vladar is pretty good, right? Yeah, I think he's pretty good. And then we logged off for the show from that day and then checked the numbers. We were like, ooh,
Way worse
not
than
good.
thought.
Yeah.
Vesnilevsky in the chat saying Gage Goncalves,
Goncalves.
2 more years. LFG didn't lose another emerging RFA in Tampa. Syracuse Crunch legend.
Nice. This has to be the most miserable free agency ever. I also feel horrible. My body is falling apart. My face feels bad. I feel just permanently sunburned all over. It's not good.
If Vladar getting $3 million means Korpisalo is worth 12 first rounders.
No, but it does mean Korpisalo is worth just taking straight
It means
up.
that there's a market for him,
Yeah.
right?
Did we discuss 7.25 times 7 for Besser? Did we see that?
Yeah, 7.25, yep. You're making hockey players up at this point.
I could see Nick Perbix coming off as a made-up hockey player.
Yeah.
Like, I've been thinking about him all off-season, and we've never said his name once on our show.
Definitely not. Perry's contract with the Kings is for 1 year, $3 million total with performance bonuses.
Who?
Corey Perry, 1 year, $3 million. Oh,
$2 million above the AFP or the AFP projection. He was projected 1 times 1.
3.5 for Perry.
Damn, 2.5 above expected. NHL rumor report 21 minutes ago. Per Emily Kaplan, door isn't closed on Edmonton with Corey Perry.
Door's closed.
Door's closed.
Door is big closed.
Perbix is solid offensively, but is good for 1 to 2. What the fuck did you just do before allowing a goal per game?
1 year deal for Corey Perry. Salary plus bonuses total around $3.5 million. I'd have done that if I were Edmonton, but you hopefully have a McDavid extension kicking in next year, so you don't want dead cap.
Elliott, no, this was 3 hours ago, but Elliott said on Sportsnet that a few sources believe that Bouchard was a legitimate offer sheet candidate, possibly by Carolina.
I did see
That would have
that.
been incredible.
That would have rocked Carolina. Him on
Bouchard would have scored like 40 goals a year in Carolina.
Yes. We didn't talk about it at all. I tweeted this. $10.5 million for Evan Bouchard is sticker shock. Big time. I get it. But what do you think he costs?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not sticker shock. It might be sticker shock for people who haven't been talking about it all year, but we've been talking about it all year.
We've been kind of prepared for it, so maybe I'm biased.
that, where would Slavin and Bouchard have ranked in amongst NHL D pairs?
God.
Maybe the best.
I like
That would have been a
Because
perfect.
it's also a match made in heaven.
Yes, they would have
yes.
done
Not only
everything.
is it 2 great D-men, but it's also like the best defensive defenseman in
It
the
would have
league
been-
and maybe the best offensive defenseman.
It would have
in the
been the Thanos meme, like all things perfectly balanced or whatever that
league.
meme is.
Yep. All things balanced, just as they should be. Man, that would have been exciting.
Our guy Travis Yost posted $20 million a year for Bouchard and Nurse is gross. And my read on that was because $9.5 million a year for Nurse is gross.
7 years, $49 million for Gavrikov to the New York Rangers.
Wait, what is it?
7 years, $49 million.
What does that come to?
Seven. That is an
7 by 7?
investment.
Yeah.
That's an investment.
That is Gavrikov is a good player. I don't know.
He was projected 7 times 7.6
Okay.
by AFP, so
Oh.
slight discount. And in
Oh, yeah. Shout out Daily Faceoff lists the AFP projections, which is very good.
in tax-heavy New York, too. So New York City. So they
Oh,
it is
right.
quite the discount
Yes.
when you consider that.
Good call on New York City also having the extra taxes.
That's
And that from one DJ Bean. I
the
guess
New
I
York
got it.
Rangers are now like the KGB.
Give it to me.
They're just all Russians.
That's kind of Utah as well.
Huh?
Kind of Utah as well.
True. Yeah. But they're like KGB.
They're KGB
Endearing.
junior. They're like
The
they're
New York
KGB.
Rangers are KGB derogatory.
They're like the JROTC.
BC says, does that mean Keandre Miller is gone? I think he was probably gone either way.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to see ya.
Fully expect the Preds to sign Yager's older brother today. Nice.
Gavrikov was really good with the Kings when he got there.
Yeah. Gene Principe breaking some news. 4 years Connor Brown, NJ. Good for Connor Brown. What are we getting for term on this? Connor Ryan just posted a picture of a Hawaiian pizza. Could get into that.
Oh man, I love how obsessed the Empty Netters boys are with giving themselves high fives.
It is
What'd they do?
incredible. I mean, like they've done it like 8 times today.
just wrapped up. Just wrapped up the show. We're just talking about how much Philadelphia needed a goaltender.
And then, like to their credit, they did say Gavrikov to New York Rangers on June 25th, so they're allowed to take the victory lap
That
on
one,
that
yeah,
one.
I'll give them that.
But like they just did that one as well.
I
It's the
said this
best.
to CJ yesterday. I said one of the plights of being a reporter is that once the news comes out, no one cares who said it first or
Yeah.
who had it or whatever. I try to remember who was kind of giving us something, and I don't think the Netters guys are doing this, so I'm not accusing them of that. But you got to resist the temptation to be like, oh, and I do this a lot where I'd be like, oh yeah, we said that yesterday. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I said that. Yeah, you said that.
Nobody cares.
At some point, people are like, cool.
Yeah. Gavrikov with Fox is going to be an insanely good pair. Too bad about the rest of the team. I mean, at this point, like you got what, like a $12 million goaltender. You got to defend in front of him. You just got to do it.
Dan Rosen says possible that Samuel Ersson or Ivan Fedotov will be on his way out of Philadelphia.
Oiler.
If you can give me Fedotov in Edmonton, please. With a new goalie coach. Yeah.
Welcome to the top 10 free agents available. Anthony Beauvillier.
Hey, nice.
This is so sad.
I kind of enjoying this though, because I'm enjoying seeing which kind of random NHLers end up in the top 10 here. I want to know what the Buffalo Sabres are doing with Bernard Docker. Traded a second-round pick for that guy and didn't qualify him. Four times 3 for Connor Brown.
Yeah, I like that Gavrikov signing.
Did we know that already? 4 times 3 for Connor Brown?
Connor Brown. No, I don't believe so. Just the 4 years. Connor Brown should be pretty good in Jersey. Like they needed forwards.
Who doesn't?
I think you would like to have seen a Besser or like anybody better than Connor Brown, but Connor Brown's a good player and it's a pretty good price.
Empty Netters tweeting here in Radek Faksa back to Dallas.
Rocked by Foxa.
Yeah. Did we know 3 million AAV on Connor Brown?
Yeah, Sean just said it.
That's nice contract for him.
Keandre Miller to the Carolina Hurricanes.
Oh,
For
please.
Elliott?
That's so Hurricanes.
That means
Yep.
that he's going to rock.
Yeah, he did tweet here in New
Yep.
York. Rangers working on sending Keandre Miller to the Carolina Hurricanes.
Ooh, I wonder what they're getting back. Oh, that I love it. Carolina's just one of those teams where if they trade for a defenseman,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so that guy's gonna be good.
Exactly. I was just quote tweeting with just like Hurricanes just going to turn this guy into a really good top 4 D.
They got kind of a little bit of a log jam on the left side now. Slavin, Nikishin, Gostisbehere, and Keandre.
Let's look.
Yes, and to the Hurricanes fans who are saying, please don't keep Orlov. There you go. Even though Orlov, I think, is left shot who plays both sides, and Miller is right.
Miller is left shot, I believe.
Miller is, okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. I wonder what he went for, because people are just hammering me with Carter Hart questions.
Be right back.
Two-year deal for Armia with the LA Kings. Is Pete what? Ghost out, EK65 in.
Oh, yeah. Does Carlson get moved? Orlov confirmed to be leaving.
Yeah, I just wonder what they're going to do on the left side of the D there. They've got a little bit of a glutton.
Let me see. Somebody said, DJ, can you explain how the Flyers ruined Hart? I didn't start. Can you scroll up? DJ, can you explain how the Flyers ruined Hart? I didn't start watching hockey until this year, so I'm out of the loop. Did they do the same to Sam and Ivan? No. For Hart, he came on. When did he kind of burst onto the scene? The 2018-19 season? Oh, no. What year was it? Basically, his rookie year, he played about half the season and was looking really good. And then the next year, they were like, okay, so he's the guy, and they just gave him the keys, and they were running him into the ground, playing him a lot, and he just wasn't ready for it, was not ready to be the guy, and
During the COVID year, he said that he was having like a lot of mental difficulties during the COVID year, and like the isolation really, really wasn't helping him. And so I think that like there was a big mental block for him as well in terms of that development.
But he went from a 914 save percentage to 877. And then he bounced back, and he's been above 900 for the last few years. But again, a judge and the league stand in between of this guy being allowed to play again. So did Provorov get overpaid? Provorov got a lot of money and probably overpaid, but I don't hate it.
Toronto closing in on forward Michael Pezzetta. And as Bob McKenzie put it, he said, Toronto closing in on forward Michael Pezzetta, ex of Montreal. I like referring to players as exes. 2-year deal for Pezzetta in Toronto.
Pezzetta was pretty good in Montreal.
$775K year one, $800K year two.
Tanner Jeannot, 5 by 3.4 to Boston. Tanner Jeannot to Boston makes so much sense. Derogatory.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's your. They need middle 6 guys. He's not a mid. No, he's a 4th liner.
How many years? 4? 5? 5. Yeah. Not exciting. That 24 goal year for Jeannot was so fucking funny.
We haven't seen, no Keandre return yet, right?
I did not need this.
I'm just interested because I think that'll be insightful for the Buffalo Sabres.
Oh, that's a weird contract that I don't love.
Again, I ask
How many
this every
years?
time you make a move.
5 years.
What are the Boston
That's like a
Bruins?
Trent Frederick-y type thing.
Yeah.
What are they trying to accomplish? At this point, the Sabres should call fucking Phil Kessel.
Oh, I don't like that contract.
Who do y'all think Utah is going for now that Brad is off the table? I mean, I would have said Besser.
I feel like everybody is trying to get Ehlers now. Like every single team in the league.
Do we have any?
Sabres are going to sign Nate Schmidt. and
What's
call
the
it a day.
AFP for Jeannot?
The AFP was 2 years times 1.423. Projected contract. Don Sweeney and free agency strikes again.
That is
Just when you were talking about how much he was cooking.
Yep. That is crazy.
that's up there with one of the worst deals of the day.
That's almost like a triple. That's almost triple what he was projected to get.
Teams love overpaying for a Tanner Jeannot, right? That's unbelievable. Demko's IG story, good behavior. Let's see what that's all about.
Little write up from Jay
Sen
Fresh.
signed Nick Cousins.
Who?
Sen, he was on there already, wasn't he? Nick Cousins.
Yeah.
Tanner Jeannot, who signed this is per Jay Fresh. Tanner Jeannot, who signed 5 times $3.4 million by Boston, is a physical, low event depth winger who does practically nothing with the puck and punishes opposing players who try to do things with it. Oof. Oh my God! Like every card I'm seeing of Tanner Jeannot is just all red.
Two years, $2.5 million AAV for Armia in LA.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Someone replied to my tweet about the Jeannot contract with Frederick Deal looking really nice now. Hey, DJ? No.
No, that's not how that works.
No.
Don Sweeney couldn't help himself.
Oof.
It's never a good sign, and I say this as someone who's experienced it plenty, when a deal gets made and immediately everyone is just like, not sure about that one.
That's stunning. Like, if they had given him 1 to 2 years at 3.4, would have been like, all right, whatever, who gives a fuck? But he's at 3.4 for the next 5 years.
Cap's going up though.
Damn.
It's even if the cap's going
That's
up,
like-
3.4 is still going to be bad for a fourth line player who scores like 5 goals a year.
Exactly.
At least you're spending your fucking money. Sabres are going to be sitting on fucking $20 million of cap space.
No.
I know.
That is how
You become the Buffalo Sabres?
That's how you get in trouble, and you say, well, at least they're doing something. They should have kept Jakob Blauko. Like, how is Tanner Jeannot at 5 years, 3.4 a better bet than Jakob Blauko?
That's so
some
funny.
Breaking news. The great John Liu is retiring. I did not know that. To my Canadian friends, that's an icon. John Liu, TSN. Nobody has more, and I'm not commenting on this man's lifestyle, but nobody sounds like they smoke cigarettes more than John Liu, TSN. He just has like a deep, strong, but so soothing voice. And one snappy dresser and a hell of a reporter. Apologies for the silence as we effort things. Man, big money for Tanner Jeannot.
Oh, I was feeling so good with such low expectations about the Bruins. And this is just such an annoying contract. Such an annoying contract.
It does seem like Sweeney is walking you straight into to purgatory, as you said earlier. Someone just tweeted at me, UPL for Ekholm. Who says no? Me?
Funniest deal of the day. Love it. It's definitely the funniest deal of the day. Unless you throw Besser in there. Besser is like a pretty funny deal with full context. Good deal, but like funny contextually.
Oh, I don't hate that from Sam. Tank Commander Tanner.
But sign him to a 1-year deal then.
1 times 9.
Tank-
Name a
Tank is
trade
the
or contract
process.
that has put any team in a favored position to beat the Panthers next year. The thing that will hold the Panthers back is injuries or fatigue. Finn. They are the favorites in the Eastern Conference, and they'll probably be the favorites in the Stanley Cup final. Because even if they get to the cup final and they're really tired, there's a good chance, I'm not saying that it'll definitely happen, they'll be playing a team that has also gone to the Stanley Cup final the last 2 years and is also tired.
Aaron Ekblad on TSN, when asked about their chances of winning 3 in a row and becoming a dynasty, said, quote, I know that all the guys on our team are already back in the gym. Guys are hungry and ready. The short summers don't bother us. Also, Darren Waller, ex of Kelsey Plum, back into the NFL.
Wow.
Getting traded by the Giants to the Miami Dolphins.
Wait, what happened?
Darren Waller's back, got out of
shit.
retirement after Kelsey Plum retired him. And by Kelsey Plum retired him, I mean Kelsey Plum broke up with him and then he retired himself by putting out the worst breakup song in the history of music.
Right.
Is back in the NFL.
Okay, so somebody says that no, Provorov's contract is, well, it says Provorov's contract is beyond the pale. If we want to compare the bad contracts here, Provorov is a lot of money in term for a very good player.
Very good, I think, is strong.
No, he's very good.
I think it's strong.
Important.
He's a good player.
Very useful. But I would say he's a very good player. He's not a star, but he's a very good top 4 defenseman who'd be a top pairing defenseman on a lot of teams. Jeannot is
So replacement level.
it's like buying a candy bar for $10. Like, yeah, maybe you really want the candy bar, but don't buy a candy bar for $10 and don't go to the store 5 days in a row and buy a candy bar for $10.
Yeah.
Who's even
Honestly,
left
the
at this
comparison there is like you're buying a candy bar for $20 because that's how much of an overpay it is.
Yeah.
It's the term. It's not just the term or the AAV. It is both. Both are bad, and that to me is crazy. If you were going to sign Tanner Jeannot to a 5-year, $1 million deal, I could live with it. It's stupid, but I could live with it.
Ride On says, no way is he a top pairing guy, DJ. He could play top pairing on so many teams. He's just all he does is play. He's just a classic minute eater type of guy.
That's like saying Cody Ceci is a top pairing guy, though.
Well, that was more kind of out of being nah.
But that's what you'd be a first pairing guy on a lot of teams.
Cody Ceci has been a first pairing guy on 2 teams that had no defenseman. Like most teams would have a better use for Cody Ceci. And I'll note that obviously Provorov isn't even a top pairing guy on his own team, but they have one of the 5 best defensemen in the NHL. Apparently, the Oilers may also be interested in sending out Henrique for more cap space. I like the idea of the Oilers trying to get younger or whatever, but what do you need the cap space for now? Provorov is also huge in the CBJ room. Voronkov was going to leave and go back to Russia until Provorov took him under his wing.
So I think a big part of the Provorov deal is Columbus wanting to keep what they have. And that's part of it. I think part of it is just not wanting to become a worse team without a real day one viable replacement. Like if the D market was better, I think Columbus would have been willing to let Provorov go and maybe sign him or get him at a worse deal or something. I just don't think that Columbus had much of an interest in becoming a worse team next year. So I mean, but I agree with the spirit of what you're saying, which is like that is an overpayment for a good player, which is very different than an overpayment for a very replaceable player.
It sucks because like I don't want to shit on Tanner Jeannot. I hopefully have not shat on Trent Frederick. But
the problem.
some of these contracts, I'm like, you can't make that guy up.
Yeah.
You can't grow that guy with $775K.
That's the problem with like these deals is that like it forces you to criticize the player and like you have to be able to separate the player from the contract. And I'm like, good for Jeannot for getting this. He should not have gotten it. He's going to get absolutely killed over the next 5 years because of it. And it's just not his fault. Like this is the new Matt Bolesky, except that Matt Bolesky was
David
coming
Backes more than Matt Bolesky.
Well, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Like Matt Bolesky was at least coming off a really good year in which like he earned a payday where you could like you were making a bet on Matt Bolesky. It was a bad bet and it was telegraphed that it probably wasn't going to age well. There's almost nothing to suggest that Tanner Jeannot is worth what the contract that they just gave him.
Yeah. Bolesky at the time was at the top of everyone's buyer beware thing, but his contract ended up being so much smaller. I want to say it was 3.9 times 5, which even when they got rid of it, did they traded him or they
stashed him in the
retained
AHL for
half of it and sent him to the Rangers, I think, in the Rick Nash deal. But like it didn't end up being so bad just because the contract wasn't big. This is just like they've just put a weird bad number on their books for 5 years.
Whose fault do you think this is? Jeannot-wise. Like who in the front office is constantly making these mistakes?
I mean,
Is it Cam?
I don't think so. I mean, I will say every time they do it, it's with a sandpaper type player.
That's what I'm saying.
Bolesky.
Like there's got to be a mindset in that front office that leads them down this road consistently.
Yeah, I think that, like, if I were to throw a question out to Twitter, I would guess that everybody would say Cam Neely. But I don't know. It's a good question.
My thought process is that Cam signs off on everything.
Yeah.
Like Don is bringing his ideas to Cam, and Cam has to sign off on them. So the fact that they keep making this mistake suggests that it's probably not somebody bringing it to a higher up who is signing off on it.
Yeah.
Because then the buck would stop with the person in charge.
It's a team effort.
So I have a feeling that this has Cam all over it.
Like, for this, why didn't they just sign? Why didn't they just give Corey Perry like 2 times 5 and be like, sorry, buddy, you're not going to make the playoffs anymore, but here's a fucking bag and it's over soon.
That's what Chicago did. We will happily overpay you because we are going to be a bad team. We want guys in the room with experience and this kind of identity. Again, if it was short term and like bad AAV, fine. It's a short term fix. We're gonna be talking about Tanner Jeannot on the books for the Bruins in like 4 or 5 years. That sucks.
You don't just want to give Connor Brown what he just got in New Jersey?
No, because he doesn't bring what Tanner Jeannot brings.
Yeah.
Do you think this makes it any clearer what the Bruins think of themselves, or does this just make you more confused?
I think they're trying to fill roster spots.
Yeah, I mean this does confirm.
This suggests tank to me.
I thought this before.
Tank,
I thought this
rebuild.
before they got Jeannot, but I was like, they're not getting Besser. They're not going to get Ehlers, so it's pretty clear now they're not going to be good next year, which I think is fine.
I mean, this suggests that they're not going to be good for a couple of years.
I'm telling you, man, we are going to so many Bruins games this year for not a lot of money. It's going to rule.
I just see it with the Buffalo Sabres. I don't think it's long before you start hearing people, whether it's actually true or not, that David Pastrnak is not happy with the Boston Bruins.
Now, don't do this, says, I believe it's Al Louis, and you're free to do this. I love you. $16 million plus to Zadorov, Lindholm, and Jeannot. Zadorov and Lindholm are good players. Zadorov isn't a very good player. Lindholm is good, not great. I respect signing and overpaying good players.
Especially when they felt like they were just trying to keep a window open.
Yeah.
Like you can make sense of those signings. And they were overpayments like they were most likely going to be overpayments on day one, but you swallowed that. And especially with the cap going up, like those deals are going to age better because the players are most likely going to be better and the cap's going to go up. I don't see the Jeannot deal aging any better than it looks right now. And maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe he unlocks kind of what he had in terms of offensive ability for one fucking year, but I don't see it.
When you Google Tanner Jeannot, the first picture that comes up is him with a busted up nose.
I mean,
that's why they signed him.
Bruins fans might love him, but I also said that about Zadorov, and they fucking hated him.
No, I'm still so in on Zadorov. Tanner Jeannot, let's take a look at his numbers over the years. He did have that 20-goal season.
24 goals, I want to say?
He had 24 goals in 2021-22 with the Preds. 24 goals, 41 points. Seasons? And then in the last, I saw something from Nick Goss that said something to that effect. In the last 3 seasons, Tanner Jeannot has 20 goals combined.
I mean, Clay raises an unbelievable point here. It's like they could have had Marchand for 3 by 6.5 when Marchand wanted to come down.
He wasn't doing 3 times 6.5, but
it would have been like a shade under 7.
Yeah,
right?
no,
like,
it would have been 7, but yeah.
Yes.
But 21 million or 4 or 18 million for Jeannot. Gross.
Dennis Gilbert, 1 times 875,000 with the Philadelphia Flyers.
Now we're talking.
Ryan Lindgren 4 times 4.5 to the Seattle Kraken. I hope they have a good medical staff there.
Yeah.
Sources say Go Habs Go have signed goalie Capo Kakinen.
Yep.
What's that mean for Jacob Fowler?
Do we have any?
NHL.
We have anything with Ceci and the Kings?
Haven't seen it.
I just saw that rumor report tweeted that Elliott basically said he was going there, but that was this morning.
Yeah. That is our source, by the way. At NHL Rumor Report, spelt Canadianly. Thank God the Avs dodged the Lindgren bullet. He was awful in the playoffs.
He's an adventure. CC to the Kings is objectively the funniest landing spot. I think he makes sense. It is funny for non-hockey reasons, I would say.
Wait, are we doing Ryan Lindgren?
Ryan Lindgren.
Okay. And that's to the Kraken?
Yeah.
I like Ryan Lindgren. I know everyone hates him, but
I don't think everybody hates him. He is just like a chaos agent.
yeah, he's a magnet for the puck.
Not on a stick.
Yes, no, yes, my bad, on him. The Bruins really want to push the tank, ship Swayman away. They got a real chance at the league's worst record. Great question. What are the Bruins if they don't have Jeremy Swayman next year? Are
like a bottom.
I mean, they were the second worst team in the Eastern Conference this year.
I was going to say, what are they if they have last year's Jeremy Swayman again?
Yeah, true.
Well, but they'll have McAvoy, they'll have Lindholm.
Yeah.
I really do think that if the blue line stays healthy, the blue line structure is going to make them a much better team.
They're going
this
to
year.
right.
Zadorov's going to be pushed down. You're going to have better minutes for him. Everything is just going to be a little bit smoother. Swayman should be a lot better. They still should have one of the better play driving lines with their top line. It's just, what do you have in their bottom 9.
Yeah, they're going to suck, but they're not going to be that bad. They're going to miss the playoffs.
They're not going to be fun to watch.
What I'm afraid of is that there's just going to be this real separation between the good players they have and the rest of the roster. I don't want to feel like I'm watching two different teams when Geeky and Pasternak and, shall we assume it's Lindholm, are on the ice versus, all right, now it's time for Middlestat and whomever. Like Victor Arvidsson's like their 7th best player.
Kyler Yamamoto resigns in Utah.
All right.
Kyler Yamamoto resigns in Tucson.
I don't know about that, Jim.
I mean, he barely played with them last year.
Yeah, it's a two-way contract.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Worth noting. Oh wait, Jeannot wore 10 in LA? Boo. I always thought of Tanner Jeannot as 84.
Tanner Jeannot going up against the Florida Panthers is going to be awesome.
I just thought of this. We should have talked to Fanatics and had something worked out where we each got our team's respective biggest signing from this free agency, because it would be hilarious if you were forced to get a Tanner Jeannot jersey.
I mean,
and I was forced to get like an Alex Lyon jersey.
Would you rather a Tanner Jeannot jersey or a Victor Arvidsson jersey?
Tanner Jeannot.
Absolutely Tanner Jeannot. And again, like I'm tweeting right now, if Tanner Jeannot wears 84, this isn't that bad a contract. If he wears 10, which he can't, it's going to be fucking horrible.
I mean, I'm not excited about Arvidsson, like as a just. I mean, I think he's a good ad, but I'm not excited about him. I will say he's probably here for like half a season.
Yeah, and they're going to get a 3rd-round pick for him.
I'm not saying that it'll go well when Jeannot plays the Panthers, but like they're going to probably break the Bruins' brains and he'll do something insane and it'll be fun to watch.
Liam, being a hater, TSN Edge tweeted out the Canucks are plus 6,000, 19th to win the Cup after re-signing Brock Besser. What's Vancouver's ceiling next season with this core? And Liam just quote tweeted it, 5th in the Pacific.
Do we have a big board update?
I mean, not an update.
Still the same?
The latest that we have.
Who are we most excited outside of Nick Ehlers
No,
to see? I mean, I guess
I'm
None.
not. I'm not, to answer your question.
you're not excited about any of them.
Nate Schmidt's gone from Florida.
Who? Yeah, but like who will register as the like the most exciting move of the bottom 9 here?
I mean, from a
Nick Purvis.
personal perspective, I think Nate Schmidt is the most likely to end up a Buffalo Sabre. So I don't think that excites me, but
I would like Nate Schmidt in Buffalo, although
he's the only right shot D on there. Also, the graphics fucked up. I don't have his age.
I mean, I've been saying Ceci, or I stopped saying it like 5 months ago because he outpriced himself, but I wanted Ceci in Buffalo.
I would have liked that.
I did say Brandon Tanev had Bruins written all over him, but I guess
now
I can
you
take
fucking
that.
wish.
I know. I guess I can take that. Yeah, I guess I could take that out. It would be so funny if they also signed Brandon Tanev. Their bottom 6 was just a nightmare collection of guys who you don't want to overpay. Ryan Rashog. Late July, early August wouldn't surprise me for the timing of the McDavid extension. I think 4 years.
I thought you were about to say Ehlers, and I was like, get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Is that true? Ilya Kovalchuk finally off of the Jets cap, or I get Giants cap. Giants, Jesus. How about another
Devils.
New York-based team, Devils cap?
Nick Bjugstad to the St. Louis Blues on a 2-year deal. Eileen wanted to know this. Assistant coach Neil Graham with the Dallas Stars.
Oh. That's a promotion?
Correct.
I'm still holding out hope that Perbix ends up in San Jose. Yeah, I could see that happening. Draisaitl is going to be so lonely on the back half of his 8-year contract.
$1.75 million AAV for Bjugstad in St. Louis.
Huh.
I think people are confused by the difference between a right shot D and a right D. I think right D are normally left shot. Are they not?
A lot of times,
Like
left shots can play the right
sticks go on the
side.
inside of the ice.
What's that?
Sticks go on the inside of the ice generally.
Outside.
Or outside of the ice. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
But
Or, okay, yeah,
left
yeah.
shots play right often. Rights
Yes.
do not play left. And it's
But-
because, my favorite little fun fact is because when you're growing up, everybody is a lefty. So you don't have a lot of righties, and they need lefties to go play on the right side. And if you are a righty, they're like, oh my, yeah, man. And you are playing the right side because they need someone who actually is righty to play on the right side. It is very, very rare because more people are left-handed in hockey than right-handed.
Why is that the case?
No clue.
It's
Ask my
really
guy
interesting.
God. I'm sorry, my girl God.
It's easier to like shoot left-handed than it is to do anything else left-handed as a right-handed person.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why that's the case. Maybe because you're using two hands. I guess like I don't know if shooting a basketball. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know the science behind it.
About
Why
what?
is it so much? Why are so many more hockey players left-handed, and why is like that ratio of left to right-handed so different?
I will note, I think that it's a lot closer in the NHL, though. I think it's like close to 50-50 in the NHL.
I'm guessing it's kind of like
But for the
what's
Earth, it's more...
called like occupational stacking, where you tend to I wrote a paper about this in grad school. It was more about race in baseball, but like the reason that there's a part of the reason why there's so few black players in baseball is because they all got put into one position, and so they ended up competing with themselves. Like they all ended up center fielders, middle infielders, and so I wonder if there is a tendency to push lefties towards hockey in general, and then specifically towards playing defense because of their value there, I suppose.
Dominant hand on top is what the chat is saying. It's easier to stick handle.
I'd be
Mike Curtis, I know that you love Tanner Jeannot, and you've been begging for the Bruins to acquire Tanner Jeannot for quite some time, including when he was good. What do you feel about the signing, the price tag of what it took to get Tanner Jeannot to Boston? Parker Wotherspoon is going to the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Huh.
Tweeted Saberhood. We ask that you stand for a moment of silence while we perform a 21 bald salute for Sam Lafferty. I didn't realize it said bald salute. It's honestly less funny to me. I thought it was just going to be a 21 gun salute.
Parker Wotherspoon, 2 years, $1 million.
Sean, is Devin Levi going anywhere? I doubt it. They kind of need an AHL goalie.
All it cost the Bruins was money. Can't say the same for Tampa. That's one way of looking at it.
I'd rather have an owner that's willing to. I'd rather have an owner that's willing to overpay players than an owner that's not willing to pay them at all. It's amazing that the Sabres haven't done literally anything. Even the one thing that we know they're doing, the Alex Lyon thing, hasn't been official yet. No deals for any of their qualifying offers. Parker Wotherspoon is a 93% projected WAR on Jay Fresh's card.
Someone asks, where is it? Did someone ask how many bald players are in the NHL?
Ball, yes.
I could do that. All right. Nick Foligno, obviously. Sam Bennett.
Yep.
Nick Foligno, Sam Bennett, Evander Kane.
Evander Kane.
Vander Kane is not bald.
No. He has the high and tight. Nick Foligno, Sam Bennett.
Is this? Things are percolating around the Sabres. D-Man Bowen Byram trade conversations are happening with Calgary, Vegas, LA, St. Louis among those interested. Also hearing an offer sheet on Byram is being contemplated. I swear to fucking God, offer sheeting Bo Byram might be worst case scenario.
What?
We don't need picks.
Flip the picks.
If it's a first round pick, though, it probably won't be. No one's going to 9 or whatever with him.
Calgary, I think, might be best case scenario. I don't know.
I wonder if Calgary would have Rasmus Anderson involved. Probably not.
Well, that's what I would assume that this. I don't know what they, unless they're getting fucking Huberdeau or something. I don't know.
Kadri.
Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, maybe we'll win a cup then. I wonder, does Vegas have anything that they could offer unless they're trying to get rid of Stone?
I don't know. What's Vegas's cap situation with Pietrangelo off the books?
That is true. Let's see here.
Vegas Puckpedia.
I love the use of percolating when it comes to
They
this
have
stuff.
$2 million in cap space.
With how many roster spots needed?
They have 12 forwards, 7 defensemen, or 6. Yeah, 7 defensemen.
How do you?
Wow, they're already selling Mitch Marner jerseys at the pro shop in Vegas. Tampering for sure happened.
How do you figure out that Vegas has $2 million in cap space?
Oh yeah. Matt Sundin was bald. Yeah, there's a bunch of bald. I mean,
Ryan Getzlaf.
Yeah, former players. Nurse.
Yeah.
Who?
How do you figure out that they have $2 million in cap space?
They currently have minus $6.8 million in cap space, and Alex Pietrangelo has an $8.8 million cap hit.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that didn't include Pietrangelo. Gotcha.
Has there ever been a bald goalie? Yeah, but I can't think of it.
Calling Matthews a closeted bald player.
I mean, that's
he
is closeted.
Kevin
bald.
Spacey closeted.
yeah. It's a poorly kept secret.
Yes.
Oh, Darren Pang. Duh. There's your bald goalie.
Kevin Weeks.
I think so.
Weeks bald? He's bald, right? He may not have been bald when he played, though.
No, yeah, he had very short hair, but oh, you know who?
I'm very interested.
Alex Auld, bald.
Craig Anderson.
Oh, yes. Craig Anderson was. Oh, Connor Ingram is bald. Yep.
Fred Brathwaite just barely look at that. Just barely sprayed on. No, I would call Fred Brathwaite bald.
Utah has signed defenseman Scott Perunovich to a 1-year, 2-way deal.
I forget where I heard it, Sean, but this is no surprise. This was we discussed this in our reaction video to the Peterka trade, but I think Friedman said it somewhere. He was like, the Sabres went into the offseason saying, we need Michael Kesselring, and we are getting Michael Kesselring.
Whatever the cost.
And Utah called about Peterka, and they were like, Michael Kesselring. Other teams, obviously, were going to offer more stuff, and we saw some of the other players mentioned, but they wanted Michael Kesselring with Owen Power. So buckle up.
Ooh.
David Riddick to the Islanders. Important.
Yeah. I saw Liam quote tweet with Sorokin and Weiler.
Yep.
Free agency frenzy, LMAO. Yeah, not much of a frenzy, eh?
Yeah, this one probably more so than any other one should have had like royalty-free music playing in the background. Oh no, Mike from Woburn quote tweeted Jay Fresh's thing of Tanner Jeannot with stat guys hate it. Added bonus.
I love the energy.
It's my god!
Like there's
Mike.
no numbers to suggest that this guy is good.
That's
why I love him.
That's the most MAGA line of thinking I've ever heard. Oh yeah, and people don't fucking like it. Even better.
And it's not that we don't like the player. It's the deal sucks. The deal sucks.
I was like, who would offer Sheepbo Byram? I guess I can look to see who could.
I replied to a bad contract, Mike.
24-hour scream. Yes.
Pile on the Bruins, baby. Yeah, we haven't talked enough about the Sharks cap floor situation. Like, how did they not just take Arvidsson? Did the Bruins beat them to Victor Arvidsson? Provorov official, says someone in the chat? Sure. The Rye Force says, that's such a Mike from Woburn take. Love it. Exactly. Sean and I were
100%.
discussing this about Mike Felger hating that the Bruins are drafting BC guys. I disagree with it, but I love it.
Yeah, it's the
I support it.
It's the Greg Cody thing. You're just happy those people exist.
Yes.
The chat summary is crazy. What's the chat summary?
Hey, Pete, if you don't like the contract, I'll help you pack.
It's crazy.
Chat summary. Viewers in the chat are discussing. Oh, I'm muted. Viewers in the chat are discussing which hockey players and goalies are or were bald. Yeah, that disappeared for me, but that's
Screen grab that. And
I can't. It's
Which
gone.
players went to Turkey?
It disappeared for me before I even finished reading it.
Love this move. Ben Mathewson, one of our favorite Sabres fans, just tweeted a picture of a percolator.
Guess who did guess what?
Oh, shit. Biggest acquisition of the day.
Wow,
Natalie to the chat.
We love ya.
Natalie, you're an absolute legend.
You keep
Bruins.
shit a frenzy.
Bruins, Natalie, paying way too much to a guy who doesn't deserve it, or
Yes.
guys that don't deserve it.
Sean?
We deserve it more than Tanner Jeannot.
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
Didn't even have to say it.
Breaking from Nick Alberga, I think Edmonton should go after UPL.
You think?
Breaking
Cool.
from DJ Bean at the Golden Muzzy. Now you're speaking my language, Playboy.
People are saying Panarin. That doesn't count. He chose to be bald.
I feel like it's a lot of bald guys though. Like a lot of bald, like Sam Bennett. Sam Bennett,
Yeah, but
Sam
like
Bennett
he's
was
balding.
getting ahead of it.
he came on.
Right.
Yeah,
Panarin just shaved his head. He had long hair the year
that is
prior.
true. But I feel like the cul-de-sac was coming.
I mean, he definitely has like a receding hairline, but that's not bald.
Fair enough. No way. That
What?
better be fake.
No way.
No
Oh,
fucking
Jordan
way.
Harris for Boston Bruins. Yeah, Jordan Harris. That's my guy.
Oh, yes! Suck it, Sean! All right.
We're back.
I jacked up my back when I got out, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Sick to my fucking stomach.
Oh!
Yeah.
Now this we like.
Finally got something to fucking clip and put on Twitter.
Yes.
The most random signing to be that excited about, but fuck yeah.
Calling Felger right now. Actually, no, because I'm afraid he'll answer with hate speech or something. But texting him.
Woo!
Oh, that rules. Bruins are fun.
They're doing some weird shit.
Bruins are fun. That's probably a good point. You might want to explain to people why we care about Jordan Harris.
Go ahead.
Got traded for Patrick Laine, and we want as many black players in the spotlight
I
as
was going to
possible.
say you were bearing the lead there.
And
I was doing the white guy thing of like afraid to say the word black.
he's also an ally.
Yes.
Yes.
We love that.
We are very on record of
Pride Month isn't
Would be
over yet.
extremely funny if Mike from Woburn really
is.
doubled down with his energy. And was
Oh,
like,
if you
hate
said like
this signing,
woke signing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jordan Harris and I were in the same econ class like 7 years ago. This is wild to see him on the Bruins. Shout out Alex Russo. Oh, right. Let me double check that.
Him being Jewish?
Yes.
That does sound familiar.
Yes. Harris is both biracial and Jewish.
From Haverhill, Massachusetts.
Oh, Felger has to hate it then.
Yeah, oh yeah, Felger's gonna absolutely despise this. He's probably gonna play the clip of us cheering and be like, "Look at these fucking bozos."
Yeah.
I love what chaos doing backflips because Jordan Harris signed with the Bruins. Hell yeah, why not? Listen,
It's
anything.
probably not good behavior, but I'm gonna lightly be listening to Felger and Maz at the beginning of their show. All right, free agency has begun, and Bruins signed another guy from They can show his parents in the luxury box. So he was doing that as part of his rant about the Bruins keep getting local kids. He was like, they take James Higgins, great. They can show his parents in the luxury box. He's from New York.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Like-
no, he's from Jersey. Oh no, he's from Long Island. Yeah. Like the local kid thing is so
Dean
stupid.
Letourneau is Canadian.
You're punishing New England for having an
Yeah.
awesome college hockey scene.
Nate Gilbert says, just saw the news. We're so back. Nate is a season ticket holder, and he suddenly knows what he has.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't part with those things easily, friend. Man, Crazy how one signing can turn the day around.
Sounds like the Keandre Miller return will center on draft pick compensation. Carolina holds 2 first-round picks next year. New York Rangers eyeing one of them. Trading Keandre Miller for a first-round pick in 2026.
That shit happened. They didn't.
That shit better have some protection.
Yeah, no way. No way they did that. Only 2 picks, I think. I tried to check. Only 2 picks unprotected have been traded, and it's Florida and Vegas.
Right on. You need to get it together.
That was the best.
You need to
I'm
get
not
it together.
going to say what it was,
Me
but
either, but you need to get it together.
That
What
shouldn't
happened?
have warmed my heart, but it did.
Oh, Jesus.
Seeing it in real time, seeing you correct yourself is what warmed my heart. Being like,
Oh, no.
easy. Down, boy.
Respectfully as possible, but that's hilarious. It's uploading now. I'm about to tweet it out. But this clip is very funny. I just tweeted it.
The Jordan Harris
Yeah.
one?
Jeff
Laughing
tweeted,
sleep.
me who has never heard of this guy in my entire life, but seeing the TL get excited. Fuck yeah, baby. The Sweetness is back. If Jeff has never heard of Jordan Harris, we have done a horrible job.
Or he's just done a horrible job of listening and supporting his friends.
We've done...
I'll tell you what, for what we thought was going to be a really, really boring July 1st, probably more exciting than it should be, especially around here.
Habs signed forward Sammy Blaze to a 1-year deal worth $775 million. Okay, Jesus.
Where does Jordan Harris rank on the players discussed on what chaos list?
I mean, he's definitely...
He's like top 20.
I would say like
top.
excitement per 60, like really high.
Yeah, every time-
But he's only getting like 30 seconds of ice time per game.
Yeah, he...
Top 30 then? Top 50?
He might have the highest ratio of how much we've talked to him to how good of a player he actually is. Because he's barely an NHL player.
He was pretty good with the pretty good with the Canadiens, not with the Blue Jackets.
He was pretty good with the Canadiens when the Canadiens were barely an NHL team.
Fair.
I'm still throwing the question out there with that quote from you. Where does Jordan Harris rank on the players discussed on what chaos list? Quote, he might have the highest ratio of how much we've talked about him versus how good a player he is, Sean DePaz. Oh, no. Sorry, love of your life.
What happened?
We're
Oh,
gonna treat
yeah.
him
His
real
guy.
good.
His guy.
Devastating
I
for
mean-
the love of your life.
That's brutal.
Brandon Tanev to Utah?
Don't hate that. Yeah, Brandon Tanev 3 times 2.5. Got to update the big board.
I mean, I don't hate it. I certainly don't love it. They're keeping their cap space for next year. Unless they sign Ehlers.
I mean, what's that? He's going to be like fourth pairing left wing.
Brossi says, you guys drink Dunkin' Donuts? Shameful.
Buddy, this is Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay, let's get it over with. Nothing wrong with drinking Dunks. Nothing wrong with drinking Starbucks. There is something wrong with if you drink Starbucks and judge Dunks drinkers, that is a big you thing. Because you are not enjoying any better quality or not a markedly improved quality, yet you are judging others. We don't do that around here. You got to drop a bonjour, Jeff, when he hits the board. I can't believe no one signed Jeff.
I don't think Jeff is even close to hitting the board.
PTO loading?
As respectfully as possible.
You know who is going to fucking love Brandon Tanev?
Oh, like all the clubbers people?
Utah Mammoth fan. Like, they're going
my.
to fucking love that guy.
Yeah.
How are they going to feel, though, when he pushes Jake or Liam O'Brien out of the lineup?
The better question is, how is Liam O'Brien going to feel?
How is Liam O'Brien going to feel when he pushes himself out of the lineup because he's not an NHL player? Oh, you're going to love the new addition to the top 10.
Oh, is Cody there?
No. I also don't think I would put Cody on. I kind of...
Oh, is it JVR?
No.
I mean, based on the postseason, it should be John Klingberg, but I know it's not. Who we got?
I'll show you.
Oh, yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah.
Brandon Tanev in Utah, 3 years, $2.5 million per year.
Yeah. Someone said Lauco top 10. Let's do it. Oh, you know what we can do, by the way? I'm seeing Chief do it. We can start hitting some tankathon sims
No.
on the 2026 draft.
How? We don't have any standings.
Yeah,
Like what-
it's everybody has like the exact same lottery odds, basically.
Right now, the mock draft has Gavin McKenna going 1 to the Blackhawks, but let's simulate this.
Oh, you know what's really tough? I had not considered this. The Ottawa Senators' first-round draft pick that they had to forfeit for that whatever. Remember when what's his name? The owner.
Yeah,
Lauer
he was
got
like, I
all
didn't do
fucking
anything?
pissed.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
for
right.
2026.
Oh.
So if the Senators suck and their pick is supposed to be in the lottery for a chance at McKenna, and they had to forfeit that pick, brutal.
Kind of need it because I think Ann Lauer might go
He
on a
would-
press tour to end all press tours.
I think that he would just like kill the NHL.
He would assault Gary Bettman. Welcome to the top 10, Matt Grzelcyk.
What?
I did not know Matt Grzelcyk was a free agent / hashtag or Bomani Jones voice hashtag he's still in the league.
Are you going off of?
I'm going off
Daily
of
Face-Off?
the Daily Face-Off free agent big board. He was originally listed at 15, and we've had...
I respectfully, that is just nonsense.
How? Yeah.
That is nonsense. There's no respect.
Cody
to Matt-
Ceci is better than Matt Grzelcyk.
100%. Respect to Matt Grzelcyk, but he is not even close.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot. I mean, Tony DeAngelo's, obviously he's signed, but they had Tony DeAngelo behind Matt Grzelcyk. What about Brajol? Anyone sign Brajol? Sports Center not top 10 free agents.
As much as I don't want draft picks, someone just threw out the idea of getting an unprotected Calgary first in return for Bo Byram. And
Yes.
I think I would like to see that. Granted, that makes them a worse team. Like, they just get further from making the playoffs, but...
Who did you say said something about McDavid? Was it
Ryan
Pagnotta?
Rishaug.
Oh.
Somebody said in 5 years, the the Jeannot deal will basically be league minimum. And I said,
No, won't.
probably not, but also in 5 years, that deal will be over and it'd be just about over. And you'll be like, thank God.
Someone said, how is Mantha not higher? Mantha is not a free agent, I believe.
I believe he is. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Mantha is a cardio merchant.
Yeah, damn. Kind of surprised the Bruins didn't sign him.
Mantha is not even in the top 75
Wow.
of daily faceoffs list.
Eisman will sign the Pervixes of the world to 5 times 4. Wouldn't hate it. Mantha signed with the Pens?
I mean, if he was top, he still would be on the daily faceoff list.
Right.
But if they had put him up there.
Yeah, 19 minutes ago from Pagnotta. Keep an eye on the Penguins and free agent Anthony Mantha.
Oh, shoot. Let me see what Felger's saying. Here we go. Who's coming? I'll keep that quiet until I hear him lose it on Jordan Harris.
They're starting with Red Sox, or are they just joking? Ooh, we got a Bill Simmons hockey tweet. Bill Simmons. The LA Kings signing Corey Perry cannot be real. Has any fan base ever booed their own player after he scores a goal?
I mean, I'm quoting that, tagging Mike Ryan. Hockey Bill.
What about Brent Burns?
What about him? Are you just saying
Where's he
in general?
going?
Buffalo would be good.
He's not going to
I
Buffalo.
know he would. I'm sure, but
That I think that man is only going to a place where he has a realistic shot of winning a Stanley Cup. Did I say Boston Red Sox?
what's that?
Did I say Boston Red Sox? Jordan Harris to the Boston Red Sox?
That would rock.
Oh, okay. Gosh,
yeah.
Cool.
That's great.
Brent Burns. Where does Brent Burns go?
Update
Brent
on
Burns
the-
is going to go to the Vegas Golden Knights
Can they make that
for like
happen?
league minimum.
Let's see, I just had it. Brent Burns' projected contract is 1 times 5.3. Tax discount. But I mean, if they want to, I don't know. They also said they're in on Byram. I don't think you pull both of those off.
No. And I think Rasmus Anderson said that he wants to go to Vegas.
I saw someone that said that's the
Yeah.
only team he said he would extend with.
Ridiculous. There's just 2 teams in the NHL. It's the Panthers and the Knights.
This is Warriors versus Cavs.
Yeah.
Has anyone signed for over 8 yet today, says Eileen. I don't believe so.
No.
Who's got the big... Is
Tanner
Besser?
Jeannot tried, but
Gavrikov has signed for 7 even. Besser for 7.25.
Yeah.
I believe those are the 2 biggest deals. Demko.
Oh, yeah.
3 times 8.5.
Oh, right. How about Brent Burns to the Detroit Red Wings?
Yes.
And
Oops,
then,
all old legends.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them.
yeah.
Brent Burns to the Sharks. That would be so sad.
Oh, yeah, it would be.
Brent Burns to the Dallas Stars for very cheap money. Don't know how they make that work.
I mean, but if you're Brent Burns and you're taking a discount, why not just stay in Carolina?
Because they kind of just don't have the space anymore now.
Yeah. But I mean, he plays on their right side. Like, their logjam is on the left.
I feel like Keandre Miller might play on the right.
It was offside, yeah.
We have $2. No thanks.
Eileen says Perbix. Yeah, you should.
What?
Eileen wants Perbix for the Stars. Perbix doesn't kill penalties, though. It's a tall
Stars can't
defenseman.
afford anything.
You know, the longer Mikael Granlund twists in the wind, the more likely he returns.
Nikishin's definitely playing in the NHL this year. Oh, Alex Turcotte to the Bruins? Do they do Turcotte?
Is he?
Side note, CJ says feeling is the sweet spot on the Boeser Byram offer sheet, offer sheet would be 7.02 million.
Second and third?
That would be a first and third rounder.
Oh.
I mean, I have no interest in that if it's not coming. Like, out of those teams that said they were interested, Calgary, Vegas, LA, and St. Louis, like, Calgary's the only one that I want their first round pick. St. Louis, I guess I could live with too. But, I mean, Vegas and LA's first round pick end up being lottery picks. I would be quite shocked.
Oh, that's an incredible headline.
What?
Green Day invites fan to play Good Riddance on stage and eject him when he plays Wonderwall instead. That's amazing. Being invited on stage by a fan.
Is that real?
Yeah. To play a song and then them playing another band song.
That's so good.
Every part of that rocks because
Yeah,
that's like
that's
that's the
incredible.
right decision by every person involved at every step.
Yeah. That's so good.
Chris Wagner to Springfield, take another name off the board.
Damn.
Yeah, unprotected first from Calgary really kind of gets me going. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because it would have to be unprotected, right? In an offer
In
sheet
an offer
situation.
sheet
Yeah.
situation, yeah.
Yeah.
You just can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't.
Calgary's just kind of in a weird spot because they're like they were so close and they don't necessarily seem like they're in like a position
But
to start.
were they really so
Oh,
close?
like on paper they were close.
Yeah,
but like I don't think
because of
they,
Dustin Wolf. If Dustin Wolf has a bad year next year, like
Yes.
they are a bottom of the league team and
I
they're in the
agree.
lottery mix.
Yeah, but I just don't know that like they're kind of one of those teams where they're like obviously everyone wants Gavin McKenna, so it is what it is, but. They're not necessarily. They shouldn't be They're kind of like the Rangers, where it's like maybe you're not that great, but also if you don't make the playoffs, it will probably be considered a failure.
Oh my God! So I quote tweeted the Logan Stankoven deal and said this is an unbelievable deal for the Canes, and somebody replied, I believe earnestly. Would you not rather have Jeannot at $5.34 million?
There's no way that can be earnest. There's no shot. There's no way. If that person is, there's no way that can be serious. Somebody got me earlier with something that I thought they were serious because someone said, UPL for Ekholm, and then they said, pretty sure the Sabres are looking for adults and a left-handed D. And I was like, actually, left-handed D is like literally the last thing the Buffalo Sabres need. And they're like, I was joking. I was like, I'm an asshole. How would you feel about the Buffalo Sabres just paying Bo Byram 7x7 and being like you're playing on the right side of the D?
Now I kind of want to be like, oh no, I hope you don't offer sheet him. Fuck, we'd really be scrambling. I just tweeted, there's like 6 or 7 teams that should feel okay about putting their protected 2026 first out there, and 2 of them don't have their picks.
I mean, it's tough now. I feel like it puts Kevin Adams in a weird spot because, like, you're kind of sitting there being like not wanting to sign him in case someone actually does pull the trigger on an offer sheet. Like, you kind of just have to wait that out, I feel like.
Oilers aren't doing anything makes me sick. What do you want them to do? I guess that's my question.
Sorokin. Sorokin for a protected 2027 first.
Ian Mitchell to Detroit feels very Detroit in that I do not care about it.
CBJ has re-signed Owen Sillinger. 1 year, 2-way deal.
I won't lie, I did not know who that was.
Ian Mitchell?
No, Owen Sillinger.
Oh.
I did not know that.
There's not a lot of reason for you to know.
Yeah.
Do we know what number Michael Misa's wearing?
77.
70 motherfucking 7. Greatest 77 in San Jose Sharks history. Because he is the first 77 in San Jose Sharks history.
Michael Misa is so fucking cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so.
Todd Angeli for a 2036 first round pick. There are some teams that could trade their anthem singers for first round picks. The Boston Bruins are not one of them. They could maybe recoup that 2027 fifth they just traded for Victor Arvidsson. Where is Gretzky going to sign? He's 4 goals away from the career record. Nice.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
I'm going to check, see if we're getting any hockey. Terry Francona talk to begin a show. Ridiculous. It is kind of weird that the Oilers have cap space now, though.
How much?
$4.5 million.
How many roster spots?
They have 7 defensemen signed. They have 12 forwards signed.
Okay. Give me a fucking Jeff Skinner update, please.
I know.
Where's Jeff on our board?
Actually?
Yeah.
He.
You know what? Let's make Sean, if you could just like copy and paste, like make a second version of the document that you had or the Photoshop session that you had. Let's make a What Chaos free agent board. Like the guys that we're watching.
Jeff Skinner is 36th overall, in between Buffalo Sabres legend James Reimer at 37 and Boston Bruins legend James Van Riemsdyk at 35.
Okay, so on our list, we're doing Cody Ceci, Jeff Skinner.
I feel like Cody Ceci I would not put on the actual big board because I have already... I guess we haven't actually gotten a report that he's signing with the Kings, have we? Or have we?
Correct. No, it's the deal is not done. I want to know what's going on with Max Pacioretty.
Max Pacioretty, not to spoil it, is the next guy on the actual big board. He's right after Matt Grizzly.
Amazing. Give me some Justin Brajol. We want to know about.
Islanders signed defenseman Ethan Bear to a 1-year deal.
Well,
Islanders just keep getting cooler.
Where did Carter Bear go again?
The Detroit Red Wings.
Okay.
yeah. He didn't give a fuck about those questions from Leah Hextall. You're just like, I don't know. We know what's going on with Jimmy Vesey going to go anywhere? Oh, how about Georgiev?
Disgusting. You're 55th overall on the Daily Face-Off Top 75 UFA rankings.
JVR, I don't know.
Mason Gertson.
Mason Gertson to the Buffalo Sabres. Congrats, Sean.
Sweet.
Mason Gertson.
Problem solved. Oh, my fucking God.
What?
The Detroit Red Wings have signed Jacob Bernard Docker to a 1-year contract with an AAV of $875.
Good deal.
Yeah, it is. One the Sabres could have signed. Gave away a second-round pick for nothing. Didn't even qualify him.
All right. Sean Corrali back to the Boston Bruins. 2 years, $1.85 million.
Wow.
Michael Easimont, 2 years, $1.45 million.
Damn.
See that? So like those, it should have been. Jeannot should have been in there as well. 2 years, $2.5 million. Done deal. Great.
I mean, the Sabres better have something planned.
I love Sean Corrali back to the Bruins.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they're
vibes higher.
Yeah, exactly. Sean, I couldn't come up with. Let's see. Are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Are we cool with an 8-person list?
Nothing matters anymore.
Like we don't even have enough guys to make a joke list.
I just don't understand what Kevin Adams is doing. I hope it all comes into clear picture by the end of all of this. That is just such terrible asset management, in my opinion.
I bet they'll have to. Let's see.
No, they don't, Connor. They never have a plan. It always seems like they're flying by the seat of their pants.
So well in the Kunlun Red Stars.
I would have that jersey. I would take out a loan if I had to get that jersey. Sabres fans annoy the fuck out of me sometimes. I just don't understand. People get upset, like me, about the asset management, and then people are like, we're really getting upset over Jason Bernard Docker. It's not about how good of a player he is. It's about the fact that you traded a second-round pick for him, and now he leaves for nothing. To get paid $875,000. I'm thinking about tariffs, Avery. That jersey's coming from China. That's going to be an expensive jersey.
I should have.
Oh, James Van Riemsdyk, you are a Detroit Red Wing.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
That'll look good on a jersey.
I like, yeah.
Him and Patrick Kane. Oh yeah,
Damn.
that's your dream mix. JVR and Red Wings.
Yeah, I
favorite
know.
player, favorite logo.
Yes. Yeah, I've been meaning to clean up the condensation to the person who.
Can you see it on the? Oh, you can.
Sean Corrali, 2 times 1.85 to the Boston Bruins.
Mangiapane is out there, right?
Oh yeah.
It seems like the Bruins are profiling like a team that just wants to be a nightmare to play against next year, in terms of just grinding you down.
To play against, watch,
Yeah.
etc. Yeah, Ryan B says Red Wings are going to kill it in 2016.
The Utah Mammoth have signed Stanley Cup champion Nate Schmidt to a 3-year contract.
Kind of.
I'm going to be playing on the right side of the Buffalo Sabres defense, I think.
Where's their room?
Yeah, they.
Ooh, get fucked Ian Cole.
Oh, I know.
Get out of here.
Terrible news for Ian Cole.
Oh, man, he's going to be a
Get
Buffalo
out
Sabre.
of
He's
here,
gonna be a
Ian
Buffalo
Cole.
They just signed him.
I know. That's
Wow.
They re-signed everybody at the deadline because they did not realize that the deadline was to get other players,
Yes.
not keep your own.
3 times 3.5 million AAV.
For Schmidt,
Yeah.
it didn't seem like they needed to do that.
Right. 1 year, 1 million for JVR. Plus bonuses. Uh-oh.
We got another super chat.
Yeah.
Well after. Super chats. The love of your life says, "What's the point in life?" Nice. Rock on, brother. Altex, what's up? That's my guy. What the hell is Don Waddell doing? Trades Tarasov, Corrali walks, extends and overpays Provorov. Fabro contract is good value, though. Do like the Fabro deal. Provorov, a bit of an overpay, but I don't think they wanted to get worse. Letting Corrali walk is totally fine for them. Tarasov was an interesting deal.
I like the Fabro contract. I like the Provorov. I don't care about the Provorov contract. It doesn't affect me. Oh, I misspelled, or I misread the Kings tweet. It said, "Welcome to LA, Joel and Corey." I thought it said Cody.
Let JVR walk too. I mean, I think that JVR is essentially a 1-year mercenary at this point in his career. But if you're the Blue Jackets were a like big splash team to watch, which like obviously the offseason doesn't end on July 1st, but the big splash opportunity is not amazing right now.
Yeah, I mean, you want to make a big splash, but Water Country ain't open this year. Weird.
One by one for James Van Riemsdyk.
Yeah, yeah. Weird money tied up in the fourth line for the Bruins.
But any update about the Miller trade? What kind of update you looking for? Like return? Perbix to Nashville. All right. The Nate Schmidt projection was 2.99, and he got 3.35, or 3 times 3.5.
Zach from Oilers Nation says the Perby Derby is over.
Perbix on a 2-year deal to Nashville.
Yeah, I'm seeing the 2 years. Do we have anything AAV wise?
Nope. If the Oilers get Ehlers, all is forgiven. I mean, I would be shocked if Ehlers ended up in Edmonton, given what his price is going to be.
Yeah.
What does AFP have for Ehlers as a projection?
6 times 8.1.
He's going to get 9.
Probably. What are the Sharks going to do about the cap floor? They're not getting anybody.
How far away are they?
Sharks.
Florida Panthers adding Jeff Petrie, 1 year league minimum. That is such a Florida Panthers deal. He's probably going to win Norris next year.
They are $18.6 million away from the floor.
8.6?
18.
Oh, boy.
They have $44 million in cap space.
Oh, my God.
Their roster is so bad.
The Sharks?
Yes. It's the worst NHL roster I've ever seen. Holy moly.
Oh, my God.
They
is
have
so
Vinny
bad.
Desharnais probably in their top 4, and I'm not kidding.
That is unbelievably bad.
That's why they should not have been allowed to get a top 3 pick this year. That needed to be punished. Sharks first, unprotected for Nurse. I like Thomas Drance because whenever I tweet anything spicy with little teeth on it about an NHL team, he retweets it.
That sounds like Drance.
Yeah. I tweeted, weird that Bruins made their focus today the 4th line.
Sharks should trade for Erik Karlsson. That would be so fucking funny. That would be incredible.
Yes.
I mean, that literally could be how they reach the cap floor, is they just inherit teams' bad contracts and get picks attached to it.
Yes.
That's what the Coyotes did.
Yeah, like
I mean, that would accomplish 2 things. It would accomplish them hitting the cap floor. It would accomplish 3 things. It would accomplish the cap floor, stockpiling assets, and furthering the tank.
no, the Sharks have to reverse Patrick Marleau / David Backes / Brian Bickle, which is they should have to trade like good draft picks to get bad contracts so they can get to the floor. That would restore order.
Uh, 2 by 2.75 for Perbix.
What is it?
2 years, 2.75 million.
That is. That's a nice piece of work.
It's crazy that the Bruins have so many bottom 6 forwards.
This is what the Sabres did last year.
No, their oops all for Ceci going back to San Jose 1 times $12 million.
Was the Tanner Jeannot thing not real? It sure was. It was as real as it gets. Oh, Jeff Skinner to the Sharks. I hadn't considered it, but
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
should do that.
they should do that.
Pump him and trade him. But they would have to give him like $5.5 million.
You say that like it's a problem.
Wait, although, hold on. San Jose Sharks, hold on.
I haven't seen the Mikey Easymont signing confirmed anywhere, but it was paired with the Corrali,
Yeah.
which has been.
Sharks have one more retention spot. So they can do it. Sign Jeff, pump him. Au revoir, Jeff.
Empty Netter says, hearing that Tampa is making a heavy push for Nikolaj Ehlers.
Yeah, that's been out there.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Does the ban on double retention start this season or next? Next season, new CBA. Yeah, Ehlers to Tampa would be fun as hell. What is their cap? This is what Bill Zito does, though, H&M Archery. Like, he bottom of the bargain bin shops on July 1st and just takes, like, these flyers on guys who seemingly are on their way out.
Is Ceci official?
Oh, Cody Ceci, 4 by 4.5 to the LA Kings.
First reported by What Chaos.
That's right. Credit to the boys.
Yep.
We had it first.
Good job.
Oh, what a legend. I mean, that's, I don't want to say it too loudly, but that's a bad deal.
I thought he was going to get 3 times 5. That was before, like during the season, I thought he was going to get 3 times 5.
He was projected at 3 times 3.5.
Cody Ceci, you are an LA King. Cody Ceci and Corey Perry, LA Kings. Dumoulin to the Kings too? What's going on over there? Yeah. AFP had Cody Ceci 2 years, $3.5 million, and he gets 4 years, 4.5.
Cody Ceci, LA Kings. Yeah, this was not to be that guy. This was always happening.
Yeah.
The second Ken Holland took the job.
Oh my God! Dumoulin got $4 million a year. They're committing $8.5 million to Cody Ceci and Brian Dumoulin. What are you doing? Ugh. Oh my God.
That's really weird.
That's so weird. Oh boy.
So there were 2 more players on this list when you sent it to me, but
Oh, damn.
they've
Yeah.
since been signed. But here's what Chaos's top free agents.
Anton
about.
Forsberg for a 2-year deal, $2.5 million. So the LA Kings, in the span of like 3 minutes, just committed $10.5 million. I guess $11 million to Cody Ceci, Brian Dumoulin, and Anton Forsberg.
Damn.
That's wild. CBJ signed Provorov for more?
What?
Wait, did they?
I mean, they announced the trade or the Provorov contract a while ago.
Okay. $8.5 million for Gavrikov. Yeah, I mean, I would take $8.5 million for Gavrikov over Ceci and Dumoulin.
Yeah.
So AC Mont's analytics suggest that he shoots a ton. So that's both him and Arvidsson are shot guys. Great tweet. Mitch Marner is going to see the sphere and feel like he's back home with Austin Matthews and that damn forehead. $4.5 million for Cody Ceci.
Yowzers.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's still not crazy. It's definitely above what he should have gotten. But like I said, I thought he was going to get shorter term and more AAV.
Super chat from Puck Follower. DJ, when are you ordering your CC Kings jersey?
I mean, that's in play. He better pick a good number. He better not be a little bitch and take a non-McDavid looking number.
Here is the actual updated top 10.
All right.
Pacioretty and Dodonov make appearances.
That Matt Grzelcyk placement is going to haunt me.
Yeah. Like,
It's crazy.
get him out of there.
I mean, at this rate, he might get $4 million per year. Rusty with the super chat. Get used to clappers from the wing in Boston. It's Arvidsson's favorite shot. He has, or at least in his prime, had an unreal clapper on the rush.
Very random, specific tweet. Nate Schmidt signing in Utah means he is the first player in NHL history to be a member of the last 5 teams in its alphabetical order.
Oh, nice.
Utah, Vancouver, Vegas, Washington, Winnipeg.
Awesome.
Who has the time for that?
That's ridiculous.
Shout out Mike Gould for that one.
QP, you've constantly been a Matt Grzelcyk super fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
And
I thought you were going to say hater because
No.
there's a lot of those. I've never met a
Super
Matt
fan.
Grzelcyk super fan.
Grzelcyk is so mad.
Oh, yep. New York Islanders have signed Jonathan Drouin to a 2-year contract.
Ew.
Gotta update the big board. That
2
was
years,
the number.
$4 million?
The number 4
Fine.
player. He was projected at 4 years, 5.9 by AFP.
Yeah, 2 years, 5.5.
Honestly, updating this list is the most fun I'm having today. I like seeing who sneaks in.
That's hilarious. Somebody just tweeted on their timeline. It was just me and Dim back to back quote tweeting the Cody Ceci signing with hell yeah. Yeah, Drouin, like 2 years, four annually is pretty good.
Like I said, I'm letting someone else do that.
I mean, the Islanders are the someone else.
Yeah.
Zach Lang says he wishes the Oilers did Drouin on 2x4.
No.
Jack Studnicka
Ooh.
to the Florida Panthers.
Former Bruin.
Collecting former Bruins. Studnicka, Marchand, AJ Greer. Any other former Bruins over there?
Tomáš Nosek.
Yep, they did re-sign him this morning as well.
Welcome to the top 10, Andrew Mangiapane.
Nice. I always believed in him.
Projected 2 years, 3.9 mil per.
Mate Blumel, Boston deal is official. I saw the some of the analytics nerds suggesting that he is going to land in their top 6.
Yeah, I told you. He's like a fucking 4A guy who scores 1 million goals in the AHL. They're going to give him a shot.
Like, I feel like those guys never...
They do not.
They never work out. You
Chris Bourque.
Score 1 million goals in the AHL.
Chris Bourque, Matt Frazier. Yeah, I do not like that Dumoulin contract.
You shouldn't.
Would much rather should have signed Nate Schmidt.
Sophie Cunningham's out here while the WNBA is trying to expand, talking about how no one's going to want to go to Detroit or Cleveland.
Dumoulin went to the LA Kings on a 3-year deal for $4 million. Both of those kind of shocking to me. Ty Anderson is having an existential crisis on the air over these Bruins moves. I believe it. I really think the only one worth freaking out over is the Jeannot deal.
Right. Corrali one doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it does when now you're putting $5.5 million into your fourth line, into 2/3 of your fourth line.
An element of the Marner trade that I don't know if we've discussed is the Eichel impact.
What's that?
the Marner acquisition, like
Yeah.
how it's just like stay here to Jack Eichel.
Yeah. I wonder if Marner cares whether he's gonna potentially be stuck there without Eichel. But if Eichel leaves, they'll just they'll get another guy.
Yeah. Jonathan Drouin played with Patrick Waugh, under Patrick Waugh in Colorado at the beginning of his career.
People forget. Wait, did he? Mm-hmm. Are we sure about that? When did Waugh get fired?
I mean, Drouin's been in the league for a long time.
But he hasn't been with Colorado for a long time.
Right. But he was in Colorado at the beginning of his career, was he not?
No,
Somebody
Lightning.
said-
He was the second overall pick.
He said he reunited with Patrick Waugh.
I do not think they were there at the same time.
Oh, yeah, you might be right.
Drouin has been there since what, 2022? No, he's only been there the last 2 years. Yeah, they were nowhere near each other.
Oh, yeah, Stefan Rosner said it. Yeah.
Oh, Rosner is good, but yeah, he was.
That's why I just trusted him and just kind of like read it. All the replies are, no, he didn't.
Oh, maybe he played for him in juniors. Patrick Waugh. Did
QM
did he coach in Halifax? No. Just fucking made up.
We personally would never make up facts.
That is, I just like totally bid on just reading that blindly.
Halifax in junior? Waugh didn't coach Halifax, at least according to... He coached the Quebec Ramparts. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Okay. It's not fake news. It's lying. There's a difference.
I don't think there is.
There's not.
That's what fake news is. Alternative facts.
Yeah.
Mike Harrington of the Buffalo News has weighed in on the Cody Ceci signing. Because someone tweeted at him, "How is it that Cody Ceci is still in the NHL? I feel like I have seen/watched him play for like the last 20 years." And he quote tweeted and said, "Still in the NHL and still getting multi-year contracts. Yep, bizarre." Somebody with a Buffalo Sabres profile picture said, "I'm back. Did I miss anything?" No, you did not, my friend.
Randy makes a good point. I mean, they both played for the Habs and also the Avs. So, like...
They're probably on group text.
Yeah.
Who would you have rather... I mean, I know the answer to this, but would you have rather the Bruins sign Tanner Jeannot for 5 times 3.4 or Cody Ceci for 4 times 4.5? Not even close. It's
Tanner
Ceci.
Jeannot.
What?
Yeah. Like, I mean, what do the Bruins really need Cody Ceci for?
What does this is now mean? But like, nobody needs Tanner Jeannot for 5 years.
I would agree with that. But if Tanner Jeannot can hit a ceiling and like his usefulness ceiling, I'd rather have him on this Bruins team, given what they need, than Cody Ceci.
I will. If you're gonna suck, at least be fun.
Okay, all text. Breaking news: Wayne Gretzky traded to the Kings. I can't believe I woke up this morning thinking like the Sabres are going to do something.
LA Kings great behavior. Quote tweeted their own tweet from 2017 that says, "It is with a heavy heart that we must announce that Corey Perry is at it again." Quote tweeted it with "Welp."
Mikey Jeannot, 2 times 1.5 with the Bruins. Did you talk
That's
about
what
that
Jay
already?
Fresh says, but Jay Fresh has a quick trigger finger with if he sees a report out there, he'll just sometimes just kind of throw out there. He'll post the player card because the player is being discussed, but sometimes that's confusing because you don't know if the moves actually happened. This Kings team is the karma tax for the Dodgers. No, I mean, I want Cody Ceci on my team. Like, don't be mad that you have Cody Ceci. Be mad that they're spending a lot of money and kind of barely improving on the margins.
I would be more mad that they doubled down with that kind of signing with Dumoulin. Like Cody Ceci alone, fine, whatever. But you're committed $8.5 million to Dumoulin and Ceci for the next 3 years plus.
What was I going to say? What do the Stars have for picks?
Nothing.
I was going to say, are they could they ship out Dumba to the Sharks, but
Stars have, they had no first or second last weekend. They have no first in 2026. They've got their second and third, no fourth, and then no third in 2027. So I say nothing. They
have stuff that in theory they could attach to Dumba to send him to the Sharks. That
Hello,
just seems
Johnny Lazarus.
like a match made in heaven. I have a
Johnny
belly button.
Lazarus says, I have a belly button.
We haven't had Johnny on the show in too long. The Rangers haven't been relevant in 3 months, but
Yeah.
why hasn't Alex Lyon been made official? I'm wondering that.
I saw somebody Stars Radek Fox at 3 years, $2 million. I saw Georgiev is leaving the NHL. Somebody said. I don't know if that was a joke. Oh, it'd be so funny if the Oilers signed Alex Georgiev. I would love it so much.
If the Stars did?
No, if the Oilers.
Oh, yes.
Because it would be hilarious if he was good, and it would be hilarious if he was bad.
Yeah. No, it'll be awesome. Yeah, it'll be awesome when Stuart Skinner shits the bed in game 3 of the second round of the playoffs and I guess I'm going to Alexander Georgiev now. And then he gives up 5 goals in 3 minutes, and then they got to put Stu back in.
Mangiapane to Edmonton? Is that a real thing?
I know people have been clamoring for that. That's something that I'll definitely get the energy to root for if it happens. But
Empty Netters just quote tweeted the Radek Foxa with, "The haters are afraid to admit we were first. Hate to see it."
what the fuck?
2 hours ago, they tweeted hearing Radek Foxa back to Dallas. So they did say it a while ago, but
I still can't believe Marchand didn't just fucking wait till today.
Yeah. What about like Matt Barzal to the San Jose? Something like that. A little something. I'm just fascinated how the Sharks are going to hit the cap floor now.
My first thought when you say Barzal is he doesn't fit their timeline, but I think they don't think their timeline begins for another 8 years. They fucking traded Fabian Zetterlund for picks. Insane. Rocked by Faxa.
You want to know something I just thought about? Oh, and by I just thought about, I just read a tweet from someone who thought about it. The Sophie Cunningham thing. She's shitting on Detroit and Cleveland from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
Cole Koepke to the Jets. Officer Koepke.
Oh, I mean, apparently some Rangers fans have completely lost their mind. This tweet, trading Keandre to Carolina is so disrespectful. This is coming from a New York Rangers perspective. It is so disrespectful, you almost have to admire it. Here, go to this team in our own division that we think so little of, and beat with regularity. And I thought that might have been a joke, and someone responded, the Canes swept the Rangers last season with a combined score of 18-7. And the response was, congrats. I highly recommend for trading for a defenseman who was part of the problem last year. That sounds like a great idea by you. I feel like I've said this before. New York Rangers fans are delusional.
Crazy Delulu.
DMV said, because of DJ's Rocked by Faxa mashup, my 9-year-old is inconsolable about the Blues losing him. I like a 9-year-old discovering that song in the context of Faxa, and then now being sad about Faxa.
And Pete's Rocked by Faxa mashup. I was just the mechanic. Pete had the idea for the car.
You were the Elton John. I was the what's his name?
The Bernie Taupin.
Yeah.
I wish I wasn't wearing the stupid fucking shirt.
Burns to the KHL per franc.
Who did the KHL?
Burns, Brent Burns. doing fake reports and then attaching per franc is very funny.
Sean, who makes your...
Just for you, puck follower.
Oh, that's a Stanley?
What's that? Yes, the Buffalo Sabres sent me, or the Buffalo Bills sent me a name brand Stanley cut.
Yes. I'm on. It's not called UFOs.
Oh yeah,
UFOs are
UFOs.
the slides.
Yeah.
Been wearing them a lot.
Do you remember? Go ahead. Sorry.
There's a cup brand that sounds like UFOs.
No idea.
Do you remember why I said I was so excited about my UFOs?
No, I do not.
Because Baby, my cat, destroys every pair of slides I have. Do you know what's since happened to my UFOs?
No.
They got destroyed by I specifically put them in the top shelf of my closet, fell off in the middle of the night, and she destroyed one of my UFOs. I'll still wear them because they're comfy as shit, and I wasn't really wearing them out of the house anyways, but the cat is not here. The cat is only here when we're doing shows from home.
I'm going to do you a favor.
Is this an actual favor, or are you?
Yeah. I will. I'll get you a pair of replacement UFOs.
Oh, that's unnecessary.
And I will also see if we can get a podcast sponsorship. For
Yes,
use
we
of
should.
UFOs.
Do they have more than just slides?
Let's hope she's not listening. I got my as part of a birthday present. I got my girlfriend UFOs.
I'll say this: if
I paid for them.
I loved the UFOs. If I'm choosing, I would get a different color of UFOs. Like if I got an actual like straight up black pair of UFOs.
Yeah, darker ones are better. You can't. I don't know if you're supposed to be wearing those things outside or if they're just for the locker room or whatever.
I mean,
I wear them outside. I get them
UFOs
dirty.
like UFOs are not a hockey brand.
No.
Correct.
Like they're an actual I would wear black slide UFOs out of the house.
They are making a move into sports.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I would, if I was a hockey player, I would have 8 million pairs of those.
Owala, by the way, is the name of the brand. Owala,
Oh, what is the name of what brand?
the cup brand, and it's goated.
I love Stanley Cups. I will say they leak like crazy. You cannot tip those at all. If you fill them up to the top and you tip them at all, they will start leaking. Shit, I'll take a pair of UFO shoes. Those seem like those would be tremendous.
They're very
travel
comfortable.
shoes,
Yeah.
like flight shoes.
Yeah. Yeah, we should definitely be in business with UFOs. We all wear them. We all like them. It's like the glass of wine that accompanies your foot.
The San Jose Sharks would pay Jacob Lauko $3 million a year.
Amazing.
Kyle Davidson said it doesn't feel like we will do anything else today.
Hell
That is
yeah.
so tough for the Blackhawks.
I mean, is it though? Kyle Davidson should be Gavin McKenna or bust.
Aaliyah Knows Puck says Owalas are fantastic.
Mark Diver says, hearing that new Boston assistant Steve Spott just arrived from Dallas had a say in the Blumel signing.
No, okay.
Can we get Brent Burns back to San Jose? That has been discussed by us, not actual people.
I don't know if this is true, so let me confirm.
What's up?
Just making sure you weren't aggregated incorrectly.
That's what people are saying. Blumel to the top 6. The analytical guys saying wouldn't be surprised that if that happens. So, I don't know.
God, Corey Perry looks hot in the Kings jersey.
Where are you seeing that?
NHL just tweeted out a graphic of all of his teams, and they photoshopped him to a Kings jersey,
yeah.
and it just looks good. I mean, fucking anybody looks good in that jersey. I kind of wish Evander Kane was still on the Oilers because Kane versus Perry just being shits in that series next year would rock.
Did you see that the Oilers didn't qualify Olivier Rodrigue?
Olivier Rodrigue, Devin Levi, Rochester Americans tandem.
Oof.
Anybody? Clubbers. My timeline is 90% empty netters congratulating themselves.
King's branding is boring as shit. Respectfully disagree. Wrong.
That's
Can you screen grab that? Text it to me. I'm going to text it to the Powers brothers.
I feel like the Bruins have to be kind of cooking up some sort of trade situation here. They just have too many players now, which is wild because they had way too few players heading into today. But like, what are you doing on the back end if you're keeping all those guys?
I'm lying. Is 90% Jeannot congratulating themselves.
I made my frame fun. A little moving gradient between the pink and the green for nobody except for me. Sorry, Sean. I don't see. I don't see what I say. Too much shit. I don't remember what I said. Are you the person that said the branding? Middlestat and Corpusalo for McDavid. Nick Triglio. Here to say I hate Kevin Adams. Don't hate Kevin Adams. Hate the people that put him in this position. I believe that Kevin Adams is trying his absolute hardest. I believe that Kevin Adams is performing to the absolute limit of his potential.
Dude, did Corey Perry sign with the Kings? Sure did.
Mm-hmm.
Is he trying to break his Stanley Cup streak? I don't know, man. If the Kings had gotten through the Oilers, who knows what was possible?
Yeah.
Jacob Pertl signs with the Toronto Raptors.
Middlestat traded to Buffalo.
Honestly, at this point, why not? Who gives a shit?
Weird day. Weird day. I have to imagine that the Boston
Bless you,
Bruins are far from done.
I don't know. When do we call it, by the way?
It's a good question. Throw up the big board. Like, is there anybody that we want to stick around to see? We're not getting Ehlers today.
Kind of interested in Granlund. Like, just interested in who and where. Or where and how much, I guess.
What I will say is none of the remaining players, and we reserve the right to change our mind.
This is our big board, by the way.
Okay. But none of the remaining players would yield us making a standalone video about the player
Definitely not.
joining
Well,
their new team.
Ehlers would.
Right. Ehlers would with the right team.
Yeah.
Ryan Suter would. Oh, it's a fun little gradient you threw on there, Sean.
Yeah.
Let me see.
My little thing. I added.
Oh,
pink
yeah.
to the-
I like that.
Yeah, why not? Oh, I can get it to move too. Now it's a little dynamic.
Ooh.
Wait, you can get it to move?
Yeah, it's like
You made it
Oh,
move.
nice. That's cool. That is cool.
That is very cool. Love that.
I think they need to shrink the salary cap.
Yeah, I think I'm cool to call it soon because,
Yeah, you want to do 3:30?
yeah, we'll give it 15 more minutes and hopefully we'll get one more big one.
Just make the Lion signing final. I don't want to. I think I want to quit. The job? Yeah. I just don't want to be forced to pay attention to the Sabres next year. Not that anybody here is forcing me to pay attention to the Sabres for the record, but
Sean, how much do you think it costs to get the number and like the numbers and the names to put on a blank jersey?
$250.
Like for example, I have a Canadiens jersey. If I want to get 2024 Canadiens jersey lettering for a certain player.
Oh, you're talking about just buying lettering
Yeah.
so you can add it? Oh, I'm muted. Sorry, gang.
Oh, whoops.
I was muted. Just the letters, like $50.
Just letters and names and everything. $40.
Okay. The risk, I guess, is more. I guess the lost cost if you fuck it up.
Correct. So, like,
Why? What are you thinking?
I don't know. But now that I could potentially do that, do I crack on that Team Canada jersey? Do I?
I feel like you gotta start. You gotta start small.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
I think you start with that Black Islanders jersey. Although you like that jersey, don't you?
Yeah. But as I've learned the last few days as I'm moving, you get rid of shit you like. You know?
I'm bad at that. I don't.
I'm so fucking bad. I asked the other day, I was like, am I like a fucking hoarder?
I'm just woefully sentimental.
Yes, exactly. That's it.
That's it. And also, you had too much space in your apartment.
Yeah.
Which definitely does not help.
Yes, exactly. There was room for everything.
Happy Canada Day, by the way.
No.
No?
No.
Why?
American.
I don't even know what Canada Day is. It's not like y'all are independent. You gotta bow to the fucking queen, you nerds. Or the king now.
Damn, that jersey resells for a pretty penny.
Really?
Yeah.
What
How
does?
much?
What
At
jersey?
least $100.
Wow.
Which one?
I'm gonna sell my Kyries, by the way, my 1970s Kyries. Those go for anywhere between like $200 and $600.
Wow.
I got those for like $75 because I bought them the day that everyone decided they were going to boycott Nike because Nike signed a deal with Colin Kaepernick or something. Remember? And then a bunch of like racist weirdos
It's like they boycotted the NFL.
were like, I'm not buying socks anymore. So I was like, I'm going to buy some stuff from Nike. All right. So somebody tweeted, Bob Stauffer just said the Oilers are going to get a goalie today. So I texted him.
Alexander
just
Georgiev.
making sure you weren't aggregated incorrectly. Did you say they're getting a goalie today? ? And Bob replied, no. He said, I said they will be in on an organizational number 3.
It is genuinely hilarious that the only sign of life we got during this was the Harris signing.
Always good when fans of a team are begging them to announce that they are done for the day.
I've also been buying a car over the course of this stream.
That's crazy.
I've been multitasking.
Is anybody watching Love Island? Ellen's been watching it, and I'm just like seeing it happen. That shit's crazy. That shit's porn.
I've never
Oh, so for example,
consumed.
I just got sent a picture of 2 Yeti koozies. Shouldn't I throw those shits out? When was the last time?
koozies or
Yeah.
like the hard shell. Like,
Yeah.
No, I'd keep those.
I mean, you don't drink all that much, or I
Yeah.
mean, you don't drink. So like,
I'll take them.
just leave
One of them
here.
says DJ on them.
I will not take
On
that
it.
one.
bring them in here. Like,
That's I'm gonna bring my green screen in here because I don't know. Do you use your like accordion green screen thing?
I don't even know if I have it anymore.
I don't know if I'll ever have a use for that again. I'll bring it in here in case we could ever need it. But
Below Deck rocks. Love Below Deck. Wow, people are very torn on Love Island. I just all I've seen is a few challenges from Love Island and that Huda girl who's crazy. Doug Armstrong said adding Logan Mailloux fills a void for us in our group today and tomorrow. I would have had a follow-up question to that.
yeah,
What kind of void?
Felger and Maz were talking about is Alex Cora back to his old ways after Red Sox continue to put up large numbers of runs at home? Their last
Cheating.
four. What's that?
Cheating?
Oh, I don't know if that's what they're saying. My point more was, I thought they were more praising them, and my point was that they scored 13 yesterday, 15 on Friday. They scored 0 in a 9-0 loss to the Blue Jays on Friday, and 3 in a 5-3 loss. And otherwise, they have not been putting up runs. They had two really good days against bad pitchers. That's Sox talk. Oh, it was about cheating. They thought that tipping pitches equals cheating. Oh my God.
tipping. No. Oh no. Just got home. How are the Bruins doing? Great. Oops. All 4 lines.
All 4 lines.
The Bruins have a
all
four-
fourth liners.
The Bruins have a 4th line, an 8th line, and a 12th line. They're thinking big.
We have some clear losers, I would say today, but are there any big winners?
Today?
Yeah.
No. No.
Maybe the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah. Canucks. But are the
Like Vancouver Canucks are winners, but they also signed one of the weirdest unnecessary contracts to me.
right
In Demko.
Yeah. Are the
Maybe Hughes just really likes Thatcher Demko.
Well, I did see that Demko, shout out Jordy Cunningham, pointed this my way. Demko posted on his Instagram story, was like, thank fucking God. And it was just the Brock Besser re-signing.
Huh.
So
That's awesome. That would be my move. I would just become friends with the best players on the teams. I'll like watch your dog. I'll mow your lawn. Just keep me around.
Montreal's a good one because of just the trade.
Utah, I feel like was fine.
but I wonder with some of these teams that have done things like LA, are they better than they were at the end of the season? And if so, how much? Or by how much? I think they're definitely better. I don't think they're a lot better.
I would say
just like with the losses and the additions, I say the same thing about Utah.
And I would say the cost of what it took them to get better was too high relative to how much better they got.
Yeah, I
Utah?
agree.
No, LA.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, like Utah, I feel like is definitely better. I think the things that they gave up were things that they could easily afford to give up. And I'm thinking about JJ in particular. JJ makes them a better team.
Carolina's a big winner because of the Stankoven extension.
Yeah, I mean,
and Keandre Miller. Like, that's exciting.
Vegas someone said Vegas, like, for not having to get into a bidding war today.
I mean, Vegas got the best player at a pretty solid value, and like then they were just kind of done.
But that's the Vegas.
Business.
That's Vegas for you.
I have a new entry into favorite person to follow for seeing how they deal with people online. Have we discussed Megan Chayka's online presence?
No.
Okay. This just happened, and this happens. I feel like I see this every day. Someone tweeted at Megan Chayka, "You are a DEI hire." Totally useless. If you don't know who Megan Chayka is, she is the co-founder of Stathletes, and by being the co-founder of DEI
hired herself.
She
it is confusing.
DEI hired herself, seemingly, is this person's issue. So someone said, "You're a DEI hire." Totally useless. She said, "I'm an entrepreneur. I hired myself."
Bar.
You say bar?
Yeah.
It does sound like a rap lyric.
I hired myself.
You're never going to believe this. The Bruins signed another bottom sixer. Alex Steves. And he's from New Hampshire.
Oops, all Steves.
That's what I was gonna say. As like, if you want to come at
Jobs.
Yeah.
if you want to come at Mega Chayka for something, it would be Nepo. Not necessarily. I don't think she's a Nepo hire either, because again, she founded her own company. But like, I have beef with Megan Chayka because she didn't like our draft pick.
I have no beef with Megan Chayka. No, I
don't actually have beef with her.
Beef with. I can't seem to get access to Stathletes, and I want it because.
I want it very badly. I've gotten a taste of what the experience is, and
exactly.
It is an incredibly useful tool.
Yes, exactly.
That like really cannot be replicated elsewhere.
Yeah. So I want it.
Megan Chayka, give us Stathletes access, please.
Yes.
Please.
I will change my opinion and agree with you on the Sabres draft pick if you do, because I know that's what you care about.
Very cool, though. Tweet at women that they are DEI hires. That's
like the new woke, isn't it?
DEI?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
DEI.
DEI is pejorative.
Alex Steves, not only a New Hampshire kid, but a top 10 scorer in the AHL last season. So the Bruins absolutely have a type.
Oh, yeah.
Joe says Don Sweeney hates letting prospects get minutes. My answer to that would be what prospects? But did Bussy go somewhere? Yes. The Florida Panthers have signed Brandon Bussy.
They got a little backup goalie competition.
Well, they just got the Russian guy from Columbus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tarasov.
Danil Tarasov. Okay, we're at 3:30. The action has been crazy. It was a frenzy. Let's not forget when that thing happened. And I think you know what I'm talking about. It was out of control. Who did he sign? What did they get? We were asking those questions, and we were definitely using this, getting a lot of good scoops. And
credit to us, we had it first.
yes. So that's that. We will continue to talk to you. We're going to play the rest of the week by ear. Maybe we get something from Ehlers tomorrow. Maybe it's exciting. Who knows? Really, the biggest thing is Jordan Harris is a Bruin. Sean figured out how to make the box around him be a moving gradient. And quite frankly, that is innovation that we did not see in other areas of our program.
What's the
today.
company that is the innovation that excites?
Yes, it's a car company.
BMW.
Olive Garden?
No, no, no.
Olive Garden.
It's like
when you're here, you're innovative.
I think is it Buick?
Nice. Pete did the best thing, which is
Oh, it's Nissan.
yes, innovation that excites. You did.
I love saying that.
You weren't laughing yet, but I knew. I was like, as soon as that last word comes out, you're not going to be able to keep it together.
Here. What'd you say?
When you're here, you're innovative.
The one thing that I can say, I think, is that tomorrow we will have a regular episode and we will do a little bit of a free agency recap. Correct?
I think, yeah, we can.
That's the
I don't
plan.
need to, but we can. Yeah.
I think it makes sense. Tomorrow we'll have a regular episode. We'll do some takeaways, winners and losers.
Oh yeah, we have to make up for lost takeaways.
We'll have the Empty Netters boys on to rank what they were right about and how right they were.
Yeah.
We'll do that. And if anything happens from now until noon tomorrow, we'll also fill in those gaps. So we appreciate you for tuning in. It was not going to be the best July 1st ever, but I think we made it as best as we could have.
Yes.
So,
We hung out.
huh?
So we hung out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody said free agent rundown video. No, that's tomorrow's episode. Right? Like, we're not going to do a...
No.
It won't be as fun as...
We got to pretend there's stuff to look forward to.
Yeah.
You know?
So... We love you. Thank you so much. If you can amplify before you leave.
Oh, yes.
Like the video.
Like.
Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Comment on the video. Comment on any of our videos.
This is the most energy we've had the whole time. We're like, all right, bye-bye now.
That's right. So amplify before you get out of here, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye. We love you.
We all silly like the mayor.